Hello everyone, and welcome back to Ruby Tarot. Thank you for always following and supporting the channel. The moment you come across this video is the perfect time for you to receive its message. On this channel, I always bring you messages about what is about to unfold in your life. When you open yourself up to these messages and believe in the positive, you're also connecting with a parallel reality, one where your dreams have already come true. Today, through this tarot reading, I hope to help you unlock future possibilities and support you on your journey toward love and the fulfillment of your desires. In today's reading, we'll explore the theme, what's happening beneath the surface, and the moment it will come to light. I've prepared 3 cards, corresponding to Pile 1, Pile 2, and Pile 3. Listen to your intuition and choose the card you feel most drawn to, then click on the timestamp in the video description to jump to your reading. Now, let's begin the session for those of you who have already made your choice. Hello, Pile 1. Thank you for your patience. Now, let's begin the reading for those of you who chose Pile 1. I hope this session brings you healing, new awareness, and moments filled with love and clarity. We're going to explore what is currently unfolding beneath the surface and what it will look like when the truth is finally revealed. This reading won't be limited to any specific topic or area of life. Instead, we'll look freely into what is truly happening and what will soon come to light. It seems that in today's reading, the major arcana cards are showing up in great numbers. The final outcome card is Judgment, appearing in reverse. Out of only 7 cards, 4 belong to the major arcana, which is quite remarkable. For those who chose this pile, I sense that many of you are standing at a significant turning point in your life. The dense appearance of major arcana cards suggests that what's happening is not just a collection of small changes or fleeting disturbances in your daily life. This doesn't mean that if you're currently living a calm and stable life, the reading isn't meant for you. Not at all. But if you're someone whose life feels relatively peaceful and you just happen to be drawn to this reading, then the cards may be gently telling you that the time has come for you to rise to a new level in your journey. At the same time, I also clearly sense that many of you are indeed standing right at the threshold of a major transformation. Some of you may already be very aware that you're in a transitional phase, a pivotal moment. And the cards today are reflecting precisely that. Of course, I don't want to cause you any anxiety or make you think something negative is about to happen. That's absolutely not the message here. This is not a warning of something bad. Rather, it's a confirmation. You are moving through a deeply important chapter, one that marks a significant milestone on your path. The presence of 4 major arcana cards in a single spread carries a truly powerful energy, an energy that immediately caught my attention from the very beginning. What drew my focus even more, however, is the appearance of the star and the moon in the present position, cards that reflect your current state and the overall essence of the situation. I often refer to cards like the star, the moon, and the sun as celestial observers, for they represent the heavens and the vast cosmic bodies. When they appear, I always sense that they are signaling deep, profound movements within a person's inner world and life journey. The fact that the star and the moon are showing up together right now is no coincidence. It suggests that you are currently in an extraordinary emotional and spiritual state. On one hand, you may be nurturing beautiful hopes and dreams, the star. Yet on the other hand, there remain fears, uncertainties, and unnamed emotions quietly influencing you from beneath the surface, the moon. Light and shadow are coexisting within you at this moment, the guiding glow of inspiration alongside a sense of inner unrest. As for the outcome card, Judgment in reverse, it's true that on its own, this reversal can feel somewhat abstract, not pointing directly to any specific event. However, there is one message I can feel with striking clarity, a strong, unwavering will not to give up. Deep within you lies a fierce determination, a persistence that borders on stubbornness, a refusal to surrender to fate, even in the face of confusion or hardship. In other words, what is quietly taking place beneath the surface is a persistent internal battle, a struggle between your highest aspirations and your most buried fears, between hope and doubt. And your refusal to let go, to give up, is proof that a powerful inner strength is awakening within you. It is the mark of a profound transformation, one that is unfolding silently, so subtly that even you may not yet be able to name it. Now, I'll begin interpreting the surrounding cards. In the position representing your current state, the star appears in reverse. This immediately gives me the impression that something within you is causing deep inner turmoil. There may be a life goal or a personal dream that has taken root in your heart, something truly beautiful. And yet, it seems you've been telling yourself, Yes, it's a lovely dream, but perhaps it's just too far out of reach. You're not completely rejecting this dream, but somewhere deep within, there lingers a quiet voice saying, maybe it's impossible, or I wish for it, but I doubt it will ever come true. Whether this longing is about someone you love, a career aspiration, or a vision for your future, the overall feeling is the same. You carry within you a deep yearning, but it is shadowed by a strong sense of insecurity and self-doubt. This isn't because you're incapable, nor is it because your dream is unworthy. The truth is, somewhere inside you lies a wound, perhaps born of past disappointment, that has shaken your ability to fully believe in your own potential to achieve what you desire. And this very inner conflict, the fragile flicker of hope versus the fear of failure, is creating intense emotional turbulence in you right now. Let's go deeper to uncover what lies ahead for you. Within your heart, you already understand that the dream you're holding on to is no easy task. You're not being naive or unrealistic. You are fully aware of the scale of the challenge. You recognize the height of the mountain you wish to climb. You're aware of the hardships, the setbacks, and the barriers that lie ahead. And that feeling, that perhaps this is just a distant, unattainable dream, is currently holding a powerful presence in your mind. The appearance of the star only reinforces everything we've seen so far. Traditionally, the star is a card of hope, of dreams illuminated by light. So even if you feel your goal is beyond your reach, deep down, you are still silently wishing, still quietly praying, if only I could achieve this. And if I may speak sincerely, up to this point in the reading, I do not feel that the cards are saying your dream is unattainable. Not at all. The energy of this spread is not one of denial or resistance. There is no message suggesting that it's pointless even if you try. On the contrary, what I feel is a gentle but steady wave of encouragement, an unspoken affirmation. Keep dreaming. To be honest, I truly believe your dream is absolutely within the realm of possibility. However, what's making the journey difficult isn't the dream itself. It's the doubt that has taken root inside you. Right now, your belief in success is being overwhelmed by inner skepticism. It's not because the dream is too far-fetched. It's not because you lack ability. It's because, somewhere within, you've locked yourself in the fear that perhaps you can't. And that, this lingering self-doubt, is what's truly standing between you and your dream. It's not the dream that's unreachable. So please, keep listening to the call of your heart, even if fear is still present within. Because the light you're reaching for is still there, waiting for you to touch it. What I see very clearly here is a tug-of-war, the desire to pursue your dream versus the fear of what might happen if it doesn't come true. These two emotions are equally powerful, both alive within you at this moment. When I look at the card in the position of the past, King of Wands reversed appears. Instantly, I get the sense that there is someone in your life, perhaps someone you loved, a family member, or someone in your environment, who behaved in a way that left you feeling unsettled and unsure. This is the kind of person whose actions or demeanor are unpredictable and inconsistent. At times, they may have seemed full of passion and enthusiasm, lighting up your world with their energy. But just as suddenly, they would shift, losing their spark or behaving in a way that left you confused, unsure of what they truly felt or intended. Because this is the King of Wands in reverse, I clearly sense the image of someone who doesn't truly take into account your emotional state, your circumstances, or your needs. Instead, they act according to their own impulses or personal sense of freedom. They aren't necessarily someone who set out to hurt you, but their behavior repeatedly pulled you along, catching you in their unpredictable tides. There is a distinct sense of weariness here, the exhaustion of being affected by another person's inconsistency. That feeling of being swept up in unwanted emotional shifts, of being drawn into someone else's storm without control, that energy is strongly present, rooted in the past. I sense that the period when these influences were most present may have been within the last 3 months, though it could have occurred a little earlier or later. Of course, this reading doesn't fixate on a precise timeline, so you are free to reflect and connect this to your own lived experience. What truly matters is not the specific dates, but the emotions, the internal state you were in while under the influence of someone like this. And what I'm picking up is that this experience, the instability and unpredictability coming from another, has, in some way, shaken your inner belief. It made you more doubtful, more hesitant to trust even your own dreams and desires. It lingers like an echo, still shaping your emotional landscape and influencing your expectations, even now. Let me continue to go deeper with you, so we can gain a clearer view of this journey. This reading, of course, isn't bound by a rule that says the past must fall within 3 months or any specific time frame. So if your story stretches back over several years, it's still entirely valid. That said, the dominant feeling I receive leans strongly toward events that have taken place in recent months, perhaps within the last 3, or in a time frame that feels similarly close. If my sense of timing is slightly off from your personal experience, please feel free to adjust it to match your truth.
That's perfectly fine.
Still, I feel quite strongly that what we're seeing here points to recent developments. And now, as I look at the card representing your surrounding environment, I see strength. This card brings a message that comes through very clearly. The people around you, perhaps someone you care about or a group connected to you, are actually trying very hard. They're doing their best to improve the situation. Whether it's a romantic partner, close friends, or colleagues, these individuals are not deliberately making things difficult for you. Nor are they inherently erratic, as you might have initially felt. Rather, they're sincerely trying to draw upon their inner strength, their patience, and their quiet resilience to make things better. However, from your perspective, it may not be easy to accept or recognize that, because you can't always hear their inner thoughts, nor see the silent efforts they're making behind the scenes. What you witness are only their outward actions, and sometimes those actions, due to a lack of clarity or a gap in communication, unintentionally leave you feeling like they're inconsistent or difficult to understand. So even though the other person may truly be making an effort, from your perspective, what you feel is still a sense of instability, of unpredictability, at times, even a dizzying confusion that's hard to grasp. And that's why you feel so emotionally drained. Not because they aren't trying, but because there is a disconnect between their sincere efforts and your lived experience of the situation. This gap, this mismatch, if left unaddressed and unfilled by open communication and mutual understanding, will gradually widen, leaving you feeling more and more isolated, uncertain, or doubtful. Let's continue to dive deeper to clarify what lies ahead for you. At the moment, the atmosphere surrounding you carries this tone. From the outside looking in, it feels as though others are unclear, as though you don't truly know what they want, what they're doing. Everything seems vague, inconsistent, and hard to interpret. However, the deeper message I receive from the Strength card is this. Those around you, whether in love, work partnerships, or any kind of connection, are genuinely serious about you. If this is a story of love, the person involved is doing their best to move forward with you. If it's about work, collaboration, or support from others, then they, too, are putting in heartfelt effort to fulfill their roles. They are trying in their own way. They want to support you. They want to walk beside you. They want to help. But from where you stand, these efforts are not easy to recognize. You don't feel the stability. You don't clearly see the consistency in their actions. In fact, at times it even feels like they are acting half-heartedly or without sincerity. And this is where the gap between both sides becomes clear. One side is earnestly doing their best, in the only way they know how. The other side feels, I don't see their sincerity, or I don't understand what they're doing. That misalignment, the dissonance between intention and perception, is what's creating the sense of distance, increasing your doubts and wariness. At this point, I feel it's essential to delve deeper into a key question. Why is this disconnect happening? Why is one side putting in sincere effort, while the other cannot seem to feel or recognize it? This is the question I will now continue to unravel, because understanding the deeper roots of this misalignment will offer you many valuable clues to untangle the knots you're currently facing. And almost immediately, the first message I receive is this: I truly care about you. Whether you're approaching this reading from a romantic perspective or not, the core energy remains the same. This person, or these people around you, genuinely hold a great deal of affection, goodwill, and a desire to be a source of support for you. The card I drew embodies this kind of energy. However, as it corresponds with the traditional Seven of Pentacles, it also reflects something else. While their heart is in the right place, their outward actions appear vague, lacking impact or clarity, making it difficult for you to truly feel their intentions. In other words, from their perspective, they are trying. They sincerely want to move forward, to help, to be there for you. But from your perspective, these efforts feel too faint, too slow, or too inconsistent to be convincing. And so, doubts begin to surface. Are they truly serious? Or, why can't I feel them moving toward me? This holds true whether the situation involves one specific person or a broader group or environment. All of them carry goodwill. All of them genuinely want what's best for you. And yet, the reason why their intentions don't appear clearly to you, the reason why their efforts feel inconsistent and hard to trust, is precisely the mystery we're now diving deeper to understand together. Because the truth is, even if they carry good intentions, if those intentions are not expressed through consistent and concrete actions, it becomes extremely difficult for you to feel their sincerity. And that is the heart of the insecurity you're currently experiencing. I will continue to turn over the cards to find a deeper answer for you, a clearer understanding of what truly lies behind this disconnection. It may be significant that in a previous part of the spread, the King of Wands reversed appeared. I strongly sense that the people around you or the specific individual you're thinking of tend to behave and feel in ways that are quite erratic. It's the kind of pattern where one moment everything seems to be going well, and you begin to feel hope and progress, only to be let down shortly afterward by a confusing action or reaction from their side, leaving you wondering, why did they just do that? This cycle of ups and downs, of hope followed by disappointment, is what's truly exhausting your spirit. And perhaps that's why the moon reversed has appeared in your current position. The moon symbolizes uncertainty, emotional confusion, and the absence of clarity. So it's no surprise that this kind of experience has led you to swing between moments of optimism and periods of doubt and disorientation. What I see here is that every time you begin to feel even the faintest spark of hope or momentum from their side, something quickly follows, a behavior, a word, a lack of follow-through, that leaves you feeling once again let down, as if you've fallen back into the same pattern of disappointment. This kind of fluctuation has drained you deeply, emotionally, and energetically. However, if we shift to their point of view, the people around you, or the person you have in mind, the picture is very different. They still carry a desire to move forward. They still have the will to stay by your side, to support you, to continue. What differs is simply this. The way they express that intention is not steady, not consistent enough for you to feel secure in it. And that's why I feel, with great clarity, that unless this misalignment is addressed, unless there is a way to bridge the gap between what you expect and what you're actually receiving, then even future efforts may struggle to go far. And as I delve deeper into the emotional undercurrents within them, one key word emerges with striking clarity: pressure. They, whether it's the individual you're thinking about or the people in your surrounding environment, are, in truth, struggling under immense pressure, both internal and external. This pressure could stem from their work, their family circumstances, or even from the weight of expectations they've placed upon themselves. They are trying to move forward while simultaneously fighting silent, invisible battles of their own. It is precisely this pressure that causes their behavior and responses to appear unstable from your point of view. It's not that they don't care. It's not that they intend to hurt you. But they are tired. They are fighting. And sometimes, they simply cannot maintain a steady emotional state. This, right here, is the deeper root of the disconnect you're feeling now. And I will continue looking further to explore whether there is a path for you and them to begin bridging this gap. What I sense is that, whether in work, friendship, or any other sphere of life, this person or these people around you are constantly in a state of battle. They may be fighting against the demands of their job, the weight of societal expectations, or the harsh currents of life itself. They're always in a stance of resistance, always having to try harder, hold themselves together, push forward. And because of that, their inner world remains under tension. That ongoing strain is what manifests as emotional fluctuation and inconsistency in their outward actions. I can feel this pressure weighing on them very clearly, not as something caused by you, and not something they feel when facing you, but rather as a deep, persistent burden they carry within, shaped by forces they have yet to fully resolve. There is a strong possibility that this person is carrying a heavy burden of responsibility through their work, or is embedded in an environment where they must constantly brace themselves just to survive. On the surface, they may appear cheerful, energetic, and socially adept. But if we look deeper into their inner world, I feel quite clearly that they are not as skilled in human interaction as they seem. They try their best to appear open and sociable, but in truth, social engagement drains them. And this leads me to sense, with great clarity, a stark contrast between the image they present and the reality within. Outwardly, they smile and exude optimism, but beneath that surface lies a storm of pressure, insecurity, and emotional exhaustion they do not easily reveal. And this contrast perfectly aligns with the theme of this reading: what is happening beneath the surface. What you see in them is only the visible tip of the iceberg. Beneath that, hidden from view, are silent battles they are fighting every single day. The disconnect between your perception and their behavior is not due to a lack of goodwill. It is rooted in the overwhelming inner conflict and unrelieved burdens they carry. That, more than anything, is what makes their actions feel inconsistent to you. It's why it's so difficult to trust fully in what they show on the outside. I'll continue reading to seek deeper clarity for you. But it must be said, even if this person interacts with many others, works in an open environment, or maintains an active social presence, the truth is that their inner world remains under constant strain. They're not engaging in these relationships for joy or fulfillment. They're doing it to protect their job, to hold on to their current position, or to safeguard what they've worked so hard to build. What I feel, with great certainty, is that nothing they do comes easily or effortlessly. On the contrary, they are fighting in silence, clinging to what they have with all the strength they can muster. From the outside, they may appear cheerful, sociable, even seemingly successful in maintaining various social relationships. But deep down, they are profoundly alone and constantly in a state of inner battle. What I sense even more strongly is that this person is not only under pressure from work or society, they are also burdened by a deep concern for maintaining the life they've built, preserving their current environment, and defending the position or role they've worked so hard to attain. Whether this person is an adult with a stable job, someone with a family, or even a student, the underlying drive is the same. I have to do everything in my power to hold my world together. They are not maintaining relationships purely out of love or emotional attachment, but rather out of the need to safeguard the fortress they've constructed. Like a king forging alliances not for friendship, but to protect the borders of his realm, their efforts to connect with others are rooted in survival. And so, in this person's inner world, there is almost no space for rest. No room to let go, to find healing. They live in a constant state of tension, always on guard, always fighting. The weight of pressure never leaves their shoulders. There is no release. Because of this, the efforts and goodwill they try to show on the outside are so easily misunderstood. It's not that they lack emotion or sincerity, but they no longer have the strength to express those things in the gentle, open-hearted way others might hope for. Everything they do, every action they take, comes from a heart that is exhausted, yet still fighting to survive. And that is why, when they reach the point of emotional overload, when their inner world becomes too heavy to contain, their instability, their fluctuations in mood and behavior begin to show more clearly. For example, let's say you are in a relationship with this person, whether romantic, professional, or platonic. If there comes a moment when you feel, I must be their second choice, or they're prioritizing work or something else over me, that feeling can cut deeply. Because from your perspective, such behavior easily translates into, they have something more important than me. But truly speaking, I don't feel that the story here is that simple. It's not a case of, I only care about work, and this relationship is secondary. It's not that clear-cut. Human beings do not operate like machines, selecting one priority and discarding the rest. Even when they're pouring their energy into work or some other pressing concern, deep down, there are still moments when they think of you, remember you, or wish to walk forward with you. The mind and the heart are never governed by a single stream of thought. Even in the midst of responsibilities, even while battling external pressures, they still hold a space within for you. Human nature is inherently complex. We cannot divide our inner world into neat compartments and declare, I'm focused on this now, so I've completely forgotten the other.
It doesn't work that way.
No one can truly say, I'm just working, so I've cast aside all emotional ties. People carry overlapping emotions, intertwined thoughts. They are always trying their best on one front while quietly nurturing longings and unspoken emotions on another. And it is precisely this complexity that makes it so difficult to fully interpret or judge someone's feelings based solely on what they show on the outside. That is also why, when you see them immersed in their work or focused on something else, it becomes easy to mistake that as a sign that they've forgotten you, that you no longer occupy a place in their heart. But the truth is far more layered than that. This person is not a robot. They cannot simply switch their feelings on and off. They cannot say, I'm working now, so I'm not thinking of you at all. Their inner world is tangled, full of contradictions, and no matter how busy they are, you still exist in that world, as a part they have never truly let go of.
Yes.
I feel this very clearly. This person carries such a state within them. Whether this is about love, a shared project, or any other kind of relationship, it is not that they have lost interest in you, or that they no longer care, as you may have come to believe. It's not like that at all. The fact that they are currently pouring all their energy into something else does not mean they no longer value the relationship with you, or that you have lost your importance in their heart. It's not that they don't care, and it's certainly not that they take you for granted. Rather, They are facing urgent situations, challenges that demand their full focus and all of their strength. You are still there in their heart. The care and concern are still present. But the way they express it, under the pressure of their circumstances, can lead you to misinterpret their silence or distance as a lack of value or affection. Let me offer a metaphor, not to debate right or wrong, but simply to help you visualize the emotional complexity of what this person is going through. Their inner world is anything but simple. They are not heartless. They are fighting to protect everything that matters to them simultaneously in a life situation that offers little room to breathe. To put it plainly, what the cards are showing is this. Even if you've ever felt like this person didn't care or treated you as a second option, that is not the truth. It's not because you are unimportant to them. It's not because they don't value the connection. The reality is they are giving everything they have to protect what they hold dear in their world, and that includes you, this relationship, and the values you represent in their life. They understand all too well that if they don't give their absolute best to handle what's pressing in the moment, they risk losing everything they wish to protect, including you. And so, in those moments, they are forced to fight first, even if that means they can't express their love, connection, or presence as clearly as you long for. So when you feel them pulling away, when they seem cold, absent, or confusing in their behavior, it is not because you've been forgotten. It's because, at that very moment, they are facing a battle right in front of them. That battle could be work, pressure, inner turmoil, or overwhelming responsibilities. Even in those moments when it seems they are completely absorbed in their own world, you still exist at the center of their heart. You, and everything connected to you, have never once disappeared from their thoughts, not even for a second. That, I feel with complete clarity. You are not forgotten. You are not an afterthought. It's just that the battle they are carrying is immense, so consuming, so relentless, that they cannot always turn back and express their emotions in the ways that are easily visible to you. The love, the respect, the value they place on you still exists, quietly, deeply, and with great weight, even in the moments when you feel overlooked or cast aside. In their mind, you are still present, held in a quiet corner of their heart. They still remember. They still think of you. But when they're caught in the immediacy of survival, facing urgent, tangible challenges, they're forced to prioritize those things, and that is what leads to slow replies, withdrawn energy, or confusing behavior. It is not because they've lost interest. It is not because they consider you or the project you share unimportant. If this is a romantic situation, it might look like this. This person is in the midst of an intense work project, one so critical that if it fails, they risk being demoted or losing their job altogether. And if that happens, not only will their career crumble, but the relationship they are trying to build with you will also be endangered. They would have to start over, search for a new job, rebuild their livelihood, and stabilize their life before they could even begin to think about love or romance again. So, in their mind, to protect this connection, to preserve the beautiful thing growing between the two of you, they must first conquer the immediate threats that stand in the way. It is not that they are choosing work over love. It is not that they think less of you. On the contrary, by securing their foundation, they are creating the space for something lasting to grow with you. That's why, if they seem distant, if their responses are delayed, if they appear colder than before, it is not a reflection of emotional detachment. It is, in fact, a reflection of just how hard they are fighting for a broader purpose, one in which you are a vital part. This is someone who carries a deep sense of responsibility. In order to protect this relationship, they must first protect the life that allows it to exist. It is a quiet form of devotion, often misunderstood, but it holds within it great sincerity and love. And this is not at all the same as choosing work over love in some simplistic equation. This is not a matter of either/or. It is an effort to preserve everything they hold dear, all at once. That is what this reading is trying to convey. And while the example used may be about love, this message holds true across any context, whether in friendship, partnership, or collaboration. If you've ever felt that a friend no longer shows the same enthusiasm, or that a colleague or partner is beginning to disregard your value, the truth is likely quite different. They are not diminishing you. They are simply consumed with the demands in front of them. For example, if they fail to resolve the current issues in their company, then even continuing to collaborate with you, or developing future plans together, may become impossible. They understand that in order to move forward with you, in order to give their best to anything involving you, they must first handle the pressing challenges they're facing now. So, the inconsistency you've been sensing, Those moments when they seem to lack enthusiasm or drive may, in truth, be the times when they are silently struggling under immense pressure. It's not that they no longer care about you. It's not that your value has diminished in their heart. It's simply that they're trying to clean up what must be cleaned so they can protect what truly matters to them, and that includes you. That's why this reading wants to emphasize. This is not someone who forgets about you for the sake of their career. This is not someone who puts themselves first and only turns to you after.
It is not like that.
This is someone who knows. To protect what they love, they must first face and conquer the challenges directly in front of them. The person you're thinking of in this reading, they haven't forgotten you. On the contrary, they are fighting step by step, in part because they want to preserve their relationship with you, to walk alongside you for the long term. So please, don't be quick to think you've been abandoned. You've been there all along, held quietly but firmly in their heart. Whether you're watching this reading from the perspective of love or not, whether your role is that of a friend, a colleague, or something else entirely, the core truth remains unchanged. You are still deeply valued in their eyes. And the key thing to remember is this. The fact that they are caught up in fighting the battles right in front of them does not mean you are unimportant to them. However, and I want to make this very clear, this is not to say that you must endure everything or always make room for them at your own expense. Just because their reasons are valid, just because they are fighting to protect what matters deeply to them, does not mean you are obligated to accept the feeling of being overlooked, the weight of emotional uncertainty, or actions that have left you hurt. No matter how noble the reason may be, the sadness you felt, the insecurity, the sense that you were being treated with indifference, those are real emotions. And they deserve to be acknowledged and respected. There is no justification, no matter how meaningful, that can erase the importance of your feelings. So please, be at ease. I am not telling you that you must simply understand and endure. What I want is to walk alongside you as we continue exploring how this situation can move toward healing, how you, too, can feel seen, valued, and safe within this connection. To summarize the cause of the inconsistency you've been sensing, yes, it stems from the immense pressure and the silent battles they are currently fighting. Whether it's work, personal goals, or any challenging circumstance, this person is absolutely not the type to place themselves first and cast you aside. That is not the energy here, far from it. This is not someone who thinks, me first, you later. If they were, then the card Strength would never have appeared in this reading. Strength speaks clearly of one thing. Even when life becomes overwhelming, even when caught in difficult, constraining circumstances, there remains something in the heart worth protecting, and the will to protect it with everything one has. They are doing their best to navigate between two powerful forces. On one side, the crushing demands placed upon them, and on the other, the genuine love and care they hold for you. They are not letting go. They are not walking away. They are fighting to keep balance, to hold on to what is precious, even in the most uncertain of times. Strength is not a card of manipulation or control. It represents inner resilience, the capacity to master one's darker emotions, the courage to act with compassion, and the unwavering intention to protect what one values. Only someone who truly wishes to nurture, to preserve, to hold on, could ever draw this card. So once again, I want you to feel assured. You are not being taken for granted. You are not anyone's second choice. If you're worried that this client hasn't returned because they've found a better shop, this friend has distanced themselves because they've grown bored, this person is acting cold because they no longer value you, then those fears do not reflect the truth. The cause behind the delays, the distance, or the subtle shifts in their behavior does not stem from indifference or a change of heart. Rather, it lies in the very real pressures they're grappling with, and in their sincere effort to protect what matters most to them, including you. You have not been forgotten. You have not been replaced. You are still there, held in their heart, as something precious they wish to preserve, no matter how difficult the present moment may be. What the cards are revealing here feels quite clear to me. When this person is in a state of high stress or urgent circumstances, fluctuations in their attitude or communication are very likely to occur. And that explains why, during those times, you feel uncertain or find it difficult to predict their actions. But hearing this, you may naturally ask yourself, does that mean I'll always have to endure these feelings? Does it mean that every time they're busy or overwhelmed, I'll be the one left waiting, carrying the pain of feeling forgotten? I completely understand that question. That's why I believe we need to ask something very important now. Will situations like this inconsistency, this emotional distance, keep repeating in the future? And if so, Is there a way for you to protect your heart so that you don't always have to bear the weight of that pain? So now, I began drawing a card for that very question. Will these kinds of situations continue to occur going forward? And when I drew, one card leapt out of the deck, catching me completely by surprise. The message it brought was this. Even I didn't expect things to turn out this beautifully. Hearing that, I genuinely feel a very bright future is opening ahead. Even you, the one who is now filled with doubt, with fear, will be surprised at how things begin to unfold in a far more positive and graceful way than you had ever imagined. It feels as though a quiet miracle is working in your favor. However, that earlier message was still just a general glimpse into the path ahead. It hasn't yet given us concrete answers or practical guidance. So now, I believe it's time to take one more step forward, to draw more cards and ask about the near future, whether any clear shifts or changes are on the horizon. Because if the message is that things will unfold far better than you expect, then it's very likely a turning point is approaching. And depending on how you meet that moment, the future could truly open in a bright, transformative way. The feeling I'm getting now is this: because you've stayed sincere, because you've continued to give from the heart, the universe is preparing to offer you a beautiful and unexpected reward, one that even you might not have imagined. So now, I've drawn a few more cards to explore what's waiting in the near future. The first two that appeared were the Path and the Nine of Wands reversed. I paused, wondering, what is the precise message here? And then the Key appeared. The appearance of the Key is a very clear sign. A solution is near. Something that has been tangled, difficult, or uncertain is now approaching resolution. And finally, I drew one more card, one that holds the meaning of applause. A feeling of lightness, of ease. A message that says, there's no need to overplan, no need to calculate or struggle to devise the perfect strategy. This made the message feel even more certain. You don't need to carry the weight of doing everything right. You don't need to force yourself to be flawless in the eyes of anyone. What you do need is simply to remain natural, to stay true to your heart and your emotions. When they do something that brings you joy, express that joy freely and naturally, without overthinking or strategizing. When they're busy and seem distant, there's no need to resist, no need to confront. Simply remain calm, centered, and steady in your own rhythm. Balance, ease, authenticity. These are the keys. It's not pressure. It's not about forcing change. It's about staying true to who you are. And when you do that, the rhythm of this connection will naturally find its flow. There's something quite striking I've noticed throughout this entire reading. The core messages haven't emphasized planning, fixing, or changing strategies. Instead, they've gently urged you to hold your faith, to relax, and to allow things to unfold as they're meant to. So you don't need to fear that every time they're busy or facing challenges, you'll be hurt again. Because a gentle shift, a peaceful turning point, is drawing near. All you need to do is trust, soften, and receive what's meant for you with quiet openness. Everything will turn out far better than you've imagined. So if this person comes to you and says something like, I've missed you, or if it's a professional connection and they say, let's pick up the project again, you don't need to think, I should play it cool so I don't seem too available, or I need to be distant to gain the upper hand. No, you don't need that. You can respond honestly, freely from the heart. If they express a desire to reconnect, you can say, I've been hoping for this too, or I've looked forward to this opportunity for a long time.
Genuinely.
No calculation. If it's about love and they say they've missed you, you can simply reply, I've missed you too, softly and sincerely. No false distance. No mind games. No strategies. Just stay aligned with the energy they offer. Flow with it, gently and naturally, like a quiet river that knows its own path. I want to emphasize something important. The cards are not forbidding you from using emotional strategies or suggesting that such approaches are inherently wrong. If in the past you've chosen to create emotional distance or to hold back your feelings as a way to navigate the relationship, that doesn't mean you made a mistake. It's simply that, in this present situation, a more natural and sincere approach will bring about a far sweeter and more harmonious result. That's what the applause card, symbolizing authenticity and ease, is trying to gently convey. And here's what truly matters. Only when you genuinely want to respond, when that desire rises from within, should you do so. If at any moment you feel uneasy, if it doesn't feel right in your heart, then there's absolutely no need to force yourself. The key lies in this. You don't need to act just to please the other person. But if your heart naturally feels moved to respond, Then let that warmth flow freely, so you can rest easy. You don't have to strain yourself. You don't need to calculate or measure everything. Just live honestly with your own emotions, and that, in itself, will allow everything to unfold beautifully. If you ever find yourself wondering, will showing my feelings make me look weak? Or will I be taken for granted if I open up? The cards are telling you, you don't need to worry about that. All you need to do is stay true to how you feel. If you're happy, express that joy. If someone reaches out to you kindly and you want to respond, do so freely without overthinking. The most important thing is this: only do it if you want to. Not because you feel you should, not because you think you must, but because something in your heart genuinely wishes to respond. If you feel joy or a desire to offer understanding, let it pour out, naturally. If you don't feel aligned in that moment, if something doesn't sit right, then it's perfectly okay to remain silent. There is no pressure here. None at all. And if something doesn't feel fair to you, or if something causes hesitation or discomfort, you have every right to express that too, openly and honestly. You can absolutely say, "That doesn't feel right to me," or "I'm not sure I agree with that," without having to fear the consequences. What matters most is this: when you share your joy, let it come from sincerity. When you express your truth, let it come from self-respect.
Keep it simple. Keep it natural.
Just be yourself. That is the key to helping this connection grow in a way that's far smoother, far more harmonious than you might ever expect. And perhaps that's why the earlier message appeared. Even you will be surprised by how beautifully things unfold. Because when you live from your truth, when you stop trying to become someone else just to be accepted, everything begins to move in harmony, in rhythm, in flow, carrying you gently toward a future far brighter than anything you can currently imagine. The appearance of the Queen of Cups here reinforces, once again, the message about emotional expression. The Queen of Cups is the sovereign of the heart, of nurturing, of gentle, sincere love, and of the ability to convey deep feelings with grace and authenticity. It's as if the deck is softly encouraging you. Let your emotions flow freely. Trust in the power of sincerity, because that, above all, is your most beautiful and potent gift in this situation. I believe this is also the answer the cards have been gradually guiding us toward in response to our original question. Will this person continue to be emotionally unpredictable in the future? And when I look at the cards like the Path, the Key, and the Nine of Wands reversed, I feel something very clear. The unclear crossroads, the moments of hesitation and emotional doubt that once made you uneasy, they are all beginning to dissolve. You will find a clearer direction. You will no longer feel confused or unsure about where you stand. The Nine of Wands reversed brings with it the sense that the emotional walls you've built, the times you told yourself, maybe I should hold back, or maybe I shouldn't show too much affection, or I'll be taken for granted, those defensive instincts are gradually softening. And that softening is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of growth, of emotional maturity. It means you are learning to trust more deeply in the bond between you and this person. If in the past you believed that expressing your true emotions would lead others to think less of you, then now it is precisely your willingness to share your feelings, naturally, when you genuinely want to, that will gently and profoundly shift the nature of this connection. When you're honest with your emotions, the other person will also begin to feel safe enough to stop holding back or keeping their distance. Everything will begin to flow more smoothly, without hesitation, without unnecessary tension. The shared path between you two will unfold in a way that is warm, clear, and deeply understanding. So, the overall message I receive here is this: you don't need to force yourself to do anything. You don't need to calculate or guard your heart. All that's needed is this: whenever your heart feels moved to offer love or to respond to connection, allow that feeling to flow freely. That softness, that openness, will become the key that unlocks a completely new chapter for you, one that is warmer, more transparent, and far more aligned. For instance, let's say that in the past, when this person unexpectedly reached out, maybe suggesting you do something together or proposing a shared plan, you were actually thrilled, hopeful, and excited deep inside. But out of fear of seeming too eager, or of being seen as someone too easily won over, you held yourself back. Perhaps you responded with something like, "I wasn't really expecting anything,"
Or,
"Now's not a great time for me," or even, "I'm not that interested." Not because you truly felt that way, but because you believed you had to play it cool, to appear distant and hard to reach, that this was the right way to behave. But what this reading is gently telling you now is, you no longer need to do that. Not because you did something wrong in the past. Not because you ruined anything. But simply because from now on, if your heart genuinely feels joy, if you truly want to walk alongside them, then you can absolutely express that. If in your heart you're feeling, "Oh, I'm so happy to hear that," or "That sounds lovely, I'd really like to do that," then don't hesitate. Let those feelings pour out naturally. Being honest with your emotions, instead of forcing yourself to appear indifferent or hard to read, will help everything unfold far more gently and peacefully. And this sincerity will allow the relationship, whether it's romantic, professional, or platonic, to move into a natural, flowing rhythm. One without misunderstanding. One without unnecessary distance. One that simply feels right. In summary, from this moment forward, if your heart truly feels joy, let it be joyful. If you want to walk alongside someone, then move forward with them, freely, without holding back. There's no need to hide your happiness. No need to fear being seen as too easy or too available. It is your honesty, your sincerity in expressing what you feel, that will naturally and solidly bring you and the other person closer together. And if deep down you genuinely feel, "I'm too tired," or "something about this doesn't feel right," the cards also encourage you to express that truthfully and calmly. For example, if someone reaches out after a long period of silence, suggesting you restart a project or begin something new, instead of forcing yourself to agree or coldly shutting them down, you might gently explain, "Asterisk, to be honest, our side also needs some time to prepare. Jumping back in so suddenly is difficult for me. I need to understand the process and the reasoning before I can consider it. Asterisk." Or, if you'd prefer not to go into detail, you can politely say, "Given the current situation, I don't think I'm in a position to resume right away." The core idea is this. If you clearly share your reasoning, if you speak honestly from where you truly stand, this will not place you at a disadvantage. On the contrary, clarity and sincerity will help everything move forward with greater transparency, maturity, and health. And I want to emphasize something. No one is requiring you to give your all. You don't need to push yourself beyond your limits to please anyone. What matters most is that you live honestly with what you think and feel. Expressing your emotions truthfully, whether they're joy or uncertainty, is both the right and the necessary path.
You don't need to be right.
You just need to be real.
Sincerity. Clarity.
Staying aligned with the rhythm of your own heart. That is what will carry your relationships forward, safely and sustainably. There is nothing you must force yourself to become in this journey. And the cards are highlighting a very important truth. Whenever you feel called to express something, say it. Speak it. Let it be known. Your honest thoughts and genuine emotions will not weaken you. They will not lower your worth. They will not make you vulnerable to manipulation. What you truly feel, what you truly believe, when shared authentically, is never a disadvantage. That is the quiet, enduring strength of sincerity. I understand that when I say all this, it might feel as if you're being pushed, like someone's telling you need to do this, or you must be the one to change first. And perhaps you're thinking, why is it always me who has to change? But that's not what this is about. The message the cards are trying to convey is not that you must force yourself to change, but rather this. When you choose to live in alignment with your emotions, whether in this relationship or in any other, you are releasing yourself from the burdens of old defenses and emotional armor. You are giving yourself the freedom to breathe, to live, to be guided by your true heart. And you don't have to start with the very person you're thinking about now if that feels too difficult. If, in your current situation, it's not yet easy to speak openly with them, then begin with someone else, someone with whom it feels easier, safer to be honest. It could be a close friend, a family member, a trusted coworker, someone you know won't judge you for speaking from the heart. As you grow more comfortable expressing your truth in those safer spaces, that energy will begin to ripple outward. Eventually, it will touch the more complicated relationships too, the ones that used to make you feel hesitant or unsure. And in that moment, you'll see that you never had to change anyone else. You only needed to shift how you relate to your own emotions. And from there, the world around you begins to shift naturally. So please don't think you have to fight this alone, or bear it all by yourself. You don't. All you need to do is start small. Start with what feels safe. And little by little, you'll build a life in which your honest voice is respected and heard. That is the real power the cards are offering you today. For example, let's say you're at a cafe and the server brings you the wrong drink. Maybe part of you feels hesitant. It's not a big deal. I'll just let it go. But if in that moment you can gently say, "I'm sorry, this isn't what I ordered. That too is a powerful act of truth. That's the quiet, natural strength of sincerity. Even though something as small as correcting a wrong order at a cafe may seem unrelated to the deeper relationships you're currently thinking about, in truth, everything is connected. When you begin to train yourself to speak up about what you genuinely feel, even in these seemingly insignificant moments, you are slowly forming a new reflex, a healthy habit. Once, twice, 3 times, these small actions gradually become a part of who you are. Over time, you'll find that standing up for yourself, expressing your true feelings, and voicing your honest thoughts no longer feels intimidating. It becomes natural. It becomes your norm. It's like finding a new rhythm to your life, one that honors freedom and self-respect. And if even speaking up to a cafe staff feels too uncomfortable right now, you can start even smaller, in a more gentle space. For example, you could practice with your pet, or even with a teddy bear or a beloved object in your room. You might say things like, "Hey, this isn't quite right," or "Nope, I like something else instead." It may sound silly, but these little moments are helping you rebuild the ability to connect with your emotions in an honest way. The point isn't that you're trying to change others. What you're really doing is teaching yourself. I have the right to express what I feel. I have the right to speak my truth, without guilt and without fear. By practicing in these small, safe ways, you begin to reclaim your natural ease in emotional expression. And that very act becomes the seed of transformation, shifting how you show up in all your meaningful relationships. It all starts from the smallest things. For instance, you could begin with something as simple as arranging your stuffed animals. If you catch yourself thinking, this teddy bear doesn't belong here, you could casually say, "Hey, your spot's not here, it's over there." Any small moment will do, as long as you're creating a habit of voicing what you truly think and feel. Bit by bit, you will carve out a space where it feels easier to speak your mind. And once that habit is fully formed, even in situations that are complex or emotionally delicate, you'll find yourself able to speak from the heart, naturally, instinctively, without having to overthink. At that point, honesty will no longer be something you force yourself into. It will flow from you effortlessly, like second nature, rooted in who you are, integrated into your being. And when those slightly awkward or sensitive moments arise, you'll still be able to calmly say, "I don't think this is quite right," or "Something about this feels a little off." All because you've built a gentle but unshakable habit of honoring your voice. You will no longer be held back by fear or hesitation. And the most remarkable thing is this. When you begin to shift in this way, when you start radiating clarity, sincerity, and inner strength, the situations you've been worried about, including the very relationship that's on your mind, will also begin to change. Gradually, the other person will start to realize the ways in which they may have acted carelessly. They'll begin to recognize that some of their behavior lacked sensitivity, that their words or actions may have caused you pain, something they were previously unaware of. And because of your change, because of the clear and honest energy you now embody, the erratic ups and downs within this connection will also begin to soften and eventually disappear. But I want to emphasize this once more. This doesn't mean you're obligated to do anything. It's not your job to fix the relationship or to change for someone else. Absolutely not. This is simply a natural process. When you begin to live in alignment with your truth, when you allow yourself to speak up and honor your own emotions, the environment around you will naturally respond and shift with you. There's no need for pressure, no need for battles. Just start gently, with the smallest acts of honesty. From there, everything else will quietly fall into a better rhythm. The person you're thinking of or others around you who may seem inconsistent or unpredictable very likely aren't even aware of how their behavior has affected you. They haven't been doing it on purpose. They simply haven't seen the impact they're having. But here's the key message I want you to remember. It's not your responsibility to make them see. You're not required to point out their flaws or educate them about where they went wrong. That is not your burden to carry. For example, in the past, when this person or someone around you behaved unpredictably or out of sync, you may have chosen the path of least resistance, nodding along with a soft "it's okay," even when something didn't sit right with you. You may have held your concerns quietly, never expressing them, unsure of whether it was safe to do so. But from this moment on, everything changes. Even if you don't voice your thoughts outright, your inner emotional reactions, your energy, will speak for you. That subtle shift in your presence, that quiet firmness, will begin to send out a clear signal. The other person will feel it. They'll instinctively sense, "Oh, maybe I was a bit careless this time. Perhaps I wasn't fully present." It's possible I unintentionally crossed a boundary. You won't need to remind them. You won't need to fight to be heard. Your calm, steady presence will be enough to awaken their awareness. Without effort, without confrontation, you will speak volumes, just by being grounded in your truth. Simply put, the shift in your energy, the way you face them, the way you stand in your truth, will naturally send a clear signal to the other person. And that, in itself, is how your world begins to change. The reading also brings back the image of the reverse judgment card. From the beginning, I mentioned that this card does not carry a negative implication such as needing to give up or that everything is over. On the contrary, it reveals a quiet persistence, a refusal to surrender, not out of stubbornness, but from a deep commitment to your inner voice. It's about not relinquishing your right to feel and your right to express yourself. And the message from the cards is this: voicing your emotions and opinions, even in the simplest, gentlest way, is not selfish. It is not coercive. It is not lacking in grace. It is not shameless or troublesome, as you might have feared. It is quite simply you living honestly with yourself. It is you gently, yet firmly, standing up for your emotional boundaries. And it is precisely through these soft yet profound shifts that your life, and the people around you, will begin to enter a more balanced and sincere flow. No need to push. No need to force. Everything will shift through the gentle movement unfolding from within you. Everything I've shared so far has been to illuminate the current of energy represented by the reverse judgment card. What's truly stirring beneath the surface is the very real, tangible transformation within you, and it is this internal change that serves as the root of the shift in your environment. Even if you stepped into this reading wanting to know more about the other person, what is truly in motion right now lies within your own heart. The way you are beginning to see things differently, the way you're choosing to face your emotions, the way you're responding even to the smallest imbalances, these are quietly reshaping how others respond to you. Not because you forced it to happen, but simply because it unfolded naturally like a chain reaction. There's something strangely and wonderfully logical about this reading. It doesn't feel mystical or dreamlike, as many might expect tarot to be. On the contrary, it carries a tone that is grounded, practical, and deeply rational. I get the strong sense that those of you who chose this first pile are highly grounded individuals with a very realistic approach to life. That doesn't mean you lack dreams, quite the opposite. I believe there are beautiful visions and sincere desires held quietly within your heart. But at the same time, you don't delude yourselves. You don't paint over reality with fantasy. You are the type who can carry dreams in one hand and reality in the other, knowing that in order to bring those dreams to life, you must also face the real conditions of the present moment. That's exactly why this reading has unfolded in such a clear, structured, and grounded way. This is a journey of transformation that begins with honesty toward oneself, a deep but tangible shift that takes root within and slowly blossoms outward. And I believe that it's precisely because you carry both idealism and discernment that these quiet inner changes have the power to become bold steps toward your future. That's also why, when you hear prophetic lines like, "This flow is coming your way and something wonderful will arrive," you don't just get excited. You begin to think deeper. You ask, why now? What is the reason behind this timing? What's the mechanism beneath the surface? From this reading, I sense that those of you drawn to this pile are people who crave to understand the roots of things. You don't merely wait for blessings to arrive. You want to understand how and why the universe moves the way it does. You seek not only inspiration, but structure and understanding, even in matters that appear intangible. That's why this reading feels more like a conversation about the philosophy of life than a typical tarot session. Every insight given here comes with reasoning, a narrative, a cause and effect, a firm foundation. It's not simply, there's a wave of light and everything will be fine, but rather, here's the emotional and spiritual current that leads us step by step to clarity. Truly, this time, I felt as though I was not just reading cards, but engaging in a shared dialogue about the deeper mechanisms of growth and life. And now, to return to the heart of this reading, the moment when everything becomes clear. That is, without doubt, the core theme that this entire spread has been building toward. I believe that even at this very moment, as you're listening and reflecting, new seeds of awareness have already begun to take root in your heart. Whether you choose to act on it or not, whether or not you take immediate steps toward change, the consciousness of being true to yourself has already been deeply imprinted within you. And if you had already held similar thoughts before, then this reading simply acts as reinforcement, a strengthening layer that helps solidify the path you've been walking. You don't need to force yourself to change right away. You don't need to pressure yourself into achieving something just for the sake of it. Just know this. From this moment forward, every honest emotion, every genuine thought that you allow yourself to express, no matter how small, is silently rebuilding the world around you. And as you continue to nurture that awareness, there will come a moment, natural, quiet, when you realize, I've already stepped into a new flow. That moment of realization, of clarity, is exactly what this reading has been guiding you toward. So in truth, you've already begun. Everything that's been unfolding quietly beneath the surface, the shift in awareness, in emotion, in how you engage with your own truth, is already happening. And the next question, naturally and importantly, becomes, when will those internal changes begin to visibly affect the world around you? When will the people in your life, your environment, begin to respond to the new energy you're radiating? Since the central theme of this reading is the moment when everything becomes clear, this is the heart of it. The moment when you begin to see real, tangible results. So, I drew a card to ask that very question. And the answer is May. Soon, isn't it? If you're reading this during April, that means the shift is coming in the very next month. If you happen to be reading this at another time, say January or November, then take next month as your time frame. By then, you'll begin to notice clear movement. The people around you, whether it's a specific person, colleagues, friends, or even the atmosphere in your daily life, will begin to respond differently to you. They'll sense that something has changed in you. And slowly, they'll begin to adjust how they interact with you, how they speak to you, how they behave around you. That will be the moment when all the seeds you've sown in silence finally begin to bloom. You won't need to knock on anyone's door to explain yourself. All you'll need to do is continue living in alignment with your feelings, keep nurturing that honesty and clarity within you. Next month, you'll begin to see the results naturally unfold, like a gift born from the inner journey you so bravely set into motion. If you're not watching this reading in the current moment, simply understand that next month refers to around the 4th of the upcoming month. It's coming quickly, isn't it? In less than a month, the changes will already start becoming visible. Because everything is moving so swiftly, I wanted to be thorough and drew another card to confirm. The message I received was, there's no mystery a detective can't solve. So I believe, while it might not align exactly with the 4th, it will still fall within a very close time frame. To be even more certain, I pulled another card, and this time, the symbol of a bouquet appeared. In tarot and oracle readings, a bouquet often signifies good news, a joyful event, or something to celebrate. So putting everything together, it's highly likely that the shift will start showing itself very close to May 4th, perhaps even within the first week of May. Even if it doesn't fall exactly on the 4th, the difference will only be a matter of a few days. To summarize, the transformation you've been waiting for, the moment when the people and the environment around you begin to respond differently, will arrive in early May, likely centered around the 4th. And this change will be beautiful, natural, and full of unexpected blessings. Just now, the Sun card also appeared, which only strengthens my certainty that what's coming is truly positive. The Birds card followed soon after. From the energy of these cards, I strongly sense that May 5th, 6th, or 7th will be the most powerful window of change. Initially, when the hint pointed to May 4th and the image of a detective surfaced, I had some doubt as to whether it would be exactly that date. But from May 5th to May 7th, there's a strong possibility that you'll clearly begin to notice the shifts we've been discussing. You may realize that someone who previously acted inconsistently is now showing more stability and coherence in their behavior. Or you might sense that your surroundings, whether in work relationships, friendships, or the person you've been thinking about, are finally showing tangible signs of transformation. You'll begin to feel it. Yes, the shift has truly arrived. Between May 5th and 7th, the seeds you've been quietly planting all this time will begin to sprout. I also drew an additional card from the Angel deck for confirmation. Of course, as I always say, if you feel uneasy with specific dates, feel free to gently let go of that detail. Just remember the overall message. Next month, very early on, will be the time when real positive change unfolds in your life. There's no need to worry, no need to rush. Simply live gently, trust the flow you've already initiated, and the beautiful gift that awaits you will arrive naturally. For now, all you need to do is breathe deeply, smile, and receive. I pulled one more card out of simple curiosity, and the card I received was, keep your focus. Once again, the message reaffirms exactly what was said before. You don't have to force anything. All that's needed is to maintain soft awareness and gentle attentiveness. That alone is enough. Still, I feel certain that around May 5th, 6th, and 7th will mark the time when positive momentum begins to visibly emerge. If you're watching this reading in real time, during April or early May, then take this as confirmation. Between the 5th and 7th of May, things will begin to shift meaningfully. If you're watching at a later point, just keep this in mind. Next month, around the 5th to 7th. And what makes this change even more special is that it's not just a calming down of past instability. It's a transformative shift, one that opens space for sincere conversations, for genuine connections. With the appearance of cards like the bouquet, the sun, and the birds, the message is clear. You and this person, or the people around you, will have more opportunities for honest dialogue. Past misunderstandings and tensions can be clarified. You'll begin to understand why the other person behaved so erratically before. And both sides will gain insight into how to avoid repeating those same misunderstandings in the future. In other words, not only will things be okay, they'll become lighter, clearer, and far easier to breathe through. So there's no need for you to stress or worry about what you must do. Just relax, maintain gentle awareness, and live in alignment with your true emotions. The rest will be guided by the universe, and by the flow you've quietly set into motion towards something much better. I can truly feel a warm breeze approaching you. Hang in there. Things are going to feel so much easier and more beautiful than you can imagine. Whether it's with those around you or with the person on your mind, I truly sense that these changes are about to begin manifesting. But how exactly will they show up? You'll begin to clearly notice, they really have changed. For instance, that person will start communicating more openly instead of going silent as they used to. If they used to disappear without explanation whenever they were busy, now they'll send a message like, "I'm working on this," or "There's a long meeting today, I'll be late." In professional settings, if they previously said nothing when things went wrong, now they'll inform you clearly. "The project is delayed by this much, and we plan to restart around this time." In short, the kind of information you used to guess at will now be offered to you more clearly. You won't have to worry or feel anxious about what they might be thinking anymore. I see these changes as very real, very practical, and very specific. They won't arrive with fanfare or drama, but as a quiet shift that is nonetheless deeply noticeable, helping you feel more respected and better informed, whether from the person themselves or from your surrounding environment. And I thought, since we've come this far, why not take it one step further? So I'd like to draw a few more cards to explore. After this shift begins, what will the following 3 months look like? Since we've already established that the change starts around May, we'll consider the next 3 months as June, July, and August. The first card I drew represents a figure of intelligence, sharp thinking, and excellent problem-solving skills. The next card I received was the Inspector, someone who is steady, practical, and deeply reliable. So, in the first month after the shift, that is, the second month from the May turning point, this is what I see. There may be situations where others can no longer sit still when they see you struggling or in danger. In other words, the people around you, whether it's the person on your mind or your work environment, will begin to show strong cooperation and support. They will no longer exhibit indifference or detachment. Instead, they'll start reaching out to check in on you. Are you okay? Do you need help with anything? When you're facing challenges, they'll clearly show a desire to assist and work with you to find solutions. There will be gestures and actions that let you know you can count on them, that you're not alone. Additionally, the cards suggest conversations and collaborations in your professional life will become smoother and more harmonious. Shared plans and joint projects will be carried out more easily because both sides are making an effort to align, cooperate, and respect one another. In short, by the second month after May, you will start to clearly feel the presence of care, connection, and partnership from those who may have once made you feel uncertain. You won't feel like you have to carry everything on your own anymore because now you have people standing beside you, supporting you. This will bring you an enormous sense of relief and motivation, giving you greater confidence than you've had before. What I feel here is a warmth, a sense of steadiness, as if, finally, you've found real teammates who are truly walking alongside you. To complete this picture, I continue drawing to explore your emotional state during the third month. And as I looked at the cards, I could only say one thing: incredibly positive, deeply heartwarming. As I mentioned earlier, the period beginning in May marks a gentle but undeniable turning point. It is the moment when everything begins to shift, both from the other person, from your outer circumstances, and within yourself. The cards reveal this. You'll clearly feel a shift in how the person on your mind or the people around you communicate with you. Where once you had to guess and wonder what they were thinking or doing, now they begin to express things more clearly, to share more openly. And that alone brings a sense of comfort and relief. You'll start to think, they're starting to listen to me. I no longer have to read between the lines. They really do care about how I feel. You'll feel a far greater sense of emotional safety than before. Even without any grand declarations or promises, the simple act of them initiating conversation, checking in on you, and updating you on what's happening will be enough for you to feel that trust can be rebuilt. And what's even better, the cards suggest you'll feel a touch of joyful surprise. As in, wait, they're sharing this much with me? They used to stay completely silent, and now they're the one reaching out? Suddenly, you'll feel your heart becoming lighter. You won't need to brace yourself anymore. You won't feel the need to constantly be on guard. You'll slowly begin to live more openly and honestly with your own emotions. In short, your inner world will shift from caution, uncertainty, and emotional tension to trust, clarity, and ease. And that's a beautiful movement forward. You are absolutely worthy of this positive change. Even if this reading isn't about a specific person, but rather about your broader environment, the outcome remains just as uplifting. The people around you will become more cooperative. A space where you can speak freely, ask for advice, and feel emotionally supported will gradually form. That lonely feeling you may have carried will begin to dissolve. Now, let's look at the third month. If we follow the timeline from earlier, this would be the third month after the shift begins. So, if the turning point starts in May, then this would be July. The card I drew carries the message. Still lacking observation. It came alongside the energy of the Nine of Swords. At first, I thought this might indicate something heavy, so I carefully pulled another card to clarify. What came up next was the Gentleman, a symbol of someone mature, capable of loving deeply, and committed in their connections. Putting the meanings together, this is what I see. In the third month, the people around you, or a particular person, will begin to come to you more often, seeking emotional connection and confiding in you. They'll open up about worries and burdens they used to keep hidden or felt too vulnerable to share. But this time, they won't be turning to you to unload their problems or drain your energy. Instead, they'll come to you because a bond of trust has been built. You'll become someone they can rely on to open their hearts, who brings them calm and ease just by being present. They no longer feel hesitant around when it comes to asking for a kind word or sincere advice. This kind of emotional leaning isn't negative at all. It's a sign that your relationship, whatever form it takes, has truly matured. There's no longer a need to read between the lines, no need to hide true feelings. Instead, what forms is genuine trust and a deeper sense of acceptance. Whether this plays out in work, friendship, or love, it's a beautiful step forward. You and those around you are slowly building something real, something lasting, something profound. If a part of you is feeling slightly concerned that people might start to depend on you too much, the cards gently reassure you. There's no need to worry. You possess enough maturity and inner strength to maintain healthy boundaries. No one will cross your lines or overwhelm your space. This is a well-deserved reward for the quiet, steady emotional transformation you've been nurturing within yourself. And I genuinely feel happy seeing such a beautiful future unfolding ahead of you. I can also clearly sense that there will be many opportunities for both of you to engage in deeper, more meaningful conversations about various matters. The frequency of honest discussions, whether about your relationship or work projects, will naturally increase. It might look something like this. Here's where I am right now. What should we do next to make things better? You and the other person or the group around you will be able to express such thoughts calmly and maturely. Overall, I see that the bond between you and the other party will grow significantly stronger. I also pulled additional cards to understand your emotional state during this phase, as you might worry whether being this honest could lead to conflict. But the result was incredibly warm and positive. Interestingly, the cards repeatedly showed masculine figures, something quite remarkable. This recurring masculine imagery is not only symbolic, but also suggests that masculine energy is strongly emerging within your relationship or environment. This masculine energy refers to initiative, leadership, responsibility, and a sense of protection and reliability. If you're asking about someone you like, they'll start taking more initiative, possibly saying or doing things that make your heart race with surprise and emotion. If you're asking about work, colleagues or people around you will step up, take the lead, and pull you forward, making you feel reassured and much happier. In short, the third month will no longer be filled with vagueness or uncertainty. Instead, the proactive, Clear and responsible energy from others or your surroundings will make you feel like you're no longer carrying the weight alone. You'll feel like you truly have teammates, companions walking alongside you. And because of that, you'll feel uplifted, supported, and much more fulfilled. All of this is the result of the quiet transformation you've been patiently nurturing all along. At the same time, I also sense that during this period, the other person or the people around you will begin to soften, reaching out to you more willingly to confide and share. You and they will sit down together and have conversations like, what should we do now to help things move forward in a better direction? A sense of openness, collaboration, and mutual understanding will become increasingly evident, whether in love or in work. In short, it feels as if the thread connecting you to this person or to those around you is gradually growing stronger. If you're asking about yourself and not about any particular relationship, then this suggests that more people will be ready to support and assist you. You'll no longer have to carry everything on your shoulders alone. And even if you think, I don't really need help, that's perfectly okay too. This support will arrive naturally, like a reward for the effort you've invested, and you'll be free to accept or decline it without pressure. Now, moving into the 4th month, I drew additional cards for clarification. The result was the Letter card. When I pulled a card to explore your emotional state during that time, a card filled with excitement and joy immediately jumped out. In summary, the 4th month will bring uplifting news, sincere invitations, or the beginning of meaningful, heartfelt conversations. These exchanges won't be superficial or obligatory. They'll be constructive, honest, and clarifying about what lies ahead. Most importantly, you'll genuinely feel happy, excited, and filled with hope. This might take the form of receiving a heartfelt message from someone you've been thinking of, being invited to join a project, an activity, or an interesting plan, or simply noticing that past conversations which used to feel strained or awkward now flow with ease, warmth, and trust. The overall atmosphere I sense is one of brightness, liveliness, and ease. Whether it's in love, work, or social relationships, the 4th month will be a time when you begin to receive beautiful messages, letters that the universe, or others, have been quietly composing for you throughout your journey up until now. And all of it stems from your courage to change, starting with the smallest things in your daily life. It feels as though in this 4th month, you'll finally be able to speak your mind freely to those around you. Whether it's someone you care about, people in your environment, clients, partners, or within any setting, you'll no longer feel the hesitation or restraint you once did. For example, you might find yourself naturally saying things like, that doesn't quite feel right to me. I see it a little differently, but not in a forceful or confrontational way. Instead, you'll speak with a sincerity and gentleness that makes both you and everyone around you feel at ease. Even more than that, people will want to hear your thoughts. After listening to you, they'll reflect, and in some cases even adjust their actions accordingly. Your voice will be valued more, and your presence will gain a new level of respect in the eyes of others. You'll notice that it becomes increasingly easy to express your thoughts, to communicate, and that you no longer have to strain or suppress yourself as you may have in the past. This openness will bring with it a growing sense of joy, a feeling that you are finally living in alignment with your true self. It will be a gentle, natural liberation. And of course, all the undercurrents of transformation I mentioned earlier will, by the 4th month, become a smooth, flowing stream. You're no longer just changing quietly beneath the surface. You're now living and embodying those changes in the real world, in the most natural and free-spirited way. Everything, quite literally, has begun to blossom from within you. From the 4th month onward, I sense that the environment around you will become exceptionally comfortable and easy to be in. If right now you're feeling that life is somewhat constricting, overwhelming, or full of unpredictable shifts that leave you exhausted, then the period ahead will bring a significant shift. Everything will begin to feel much more breathable and gentle. In particular, the instability of others or the unexpected events that once threw you off balance will no longer be an issue. You will no longer be dragged along by other people's moods or circumstances. On the contrary, you'll find yourself naturally and effortlessly setting the rhythm of your own life, without having to push or strain. Whether you're asking about work, love, social relationships, or personal goals, your environment during this phase will carry the following qualities. The people around you will be more approachable and cooperative. Opportunities, invitations, and support will come to you naturally, without requiring you to struggle or compete. The overall atmosphere will feel light and friendly, so you won't need to be on guard or defensive like before. You'll be able to concentrate more on what you truly Enjoy, rather than constantly reacting to external chaos. And most importantly, you'll feel free to be yourself, to speak, act, and choose what truly resonates with you. In addition, the energy of this period radiates joy. You may find yourself laughing more easily, savoring the small moments of daily life, and even becoming a source of inspiration and positivity for those around you. In short, you're about to enter a phase where life flows more smoothly, like the calm that follows a heavy rain, when the sky clears and everything feels renewed, gentle, and bright. So, no matter how things might feel right now, rest assured that your quiet perseverance has been building a beautiful current beneath the surface, and soon, you'll be living in the gentle, supportive environment it has created. It also feels like from this point on, you'll begin to map out plans for your future. The fact that you're free to envision what's next is proof that your foundation has become solid. The image on the card is of a person peacefully asleep, symbolizing a stable foundation, one so secure that you can finally rest without worry. For example, if you're asking about your career and currently feel that your work environment is challenging or stifling, that sense of being trapped will soon lift. You may be reassigned to a new position, discover a more suitable path, or find that the environment around you naturally shifts into something more comfortable. As a result, you'll be able to start thinking ahead. Maybe I'll try taking on this new role, or I could develop my skills in that direction, without being stuck in survival mode every single day. If you're asking about love, the meaning is quite similar. The foundation between you and your partner, or the emotional landscape you live in, is becoming more stable and secure. This brings a sense of relief, allowing you to stop worrying about whether you'll be abandoned or whether the relationship will last. Instead, your thoughts begin to turn toward, what can we build together that's even more meaningful? If you're single, this is also the time when you'll feel confident and emotionally resourced enough to seek out a healthy, fulfilling relationship, not from a place of lack or fear, but from a sense of inner abundance and calm. Whether it's work, love, or your personal self, the overall state is this: a solid foundation, a sense of peace and security, the freedom to pursue new plans and dreams with joy and initiative. It's a truly beautiful energy. You've already passed through the stage of struggle, and you're now stepping into a phase of true building, one filled with positivity and direction. Like a flowing current, everything you've done up to this point has shaped a sturdy base. And now, you're beginning to think, what's my next step? Where do I want to go from here? In other words, planning for the future is starting to feel natural and effortless. In the past, you may have drawn the reverse star card, which carries the energy of doubt, the feeling that what you hoped for might be too distant or unattainable. But now, that energy has completely transformed. You are no longer wishing in vain. You're now confidently making plans for your future with a belief that yes, you can make it happen. You can go further than ever before. The reason this shift is possible is because you've entered a state where the future is no longer vague or out of reach. It has shape, definition, and you are ready. It's no longer about dreamy illusions, but about tangible visions and clear steps forward. It is truly a wonderful place to be. As I mentioned earlier, this transformation is not a gift that fell from the sky, but the result of everything you've been quietly building through shifts in both your awareness and your actions. Every card in this reading has shown a clear, logical progression, reflecting your growth in a remarkably coherent way. As for the advice, as I've already touched on, you only need to continue with your small, consistent habits, such as expressing your thoughts naturally. Whether you're speaking to a pet, a doll, or in real conversations, this habit will further reinforce the foundation you've already laid, helping not only to maintain but also to expand these positive changes. I sense that you're truly on a path to shine, in a way that is entirely authentic and natural to who you are. And even if you don't speak it out loud, just being aware of it is enough. In fact, the very act of watching this reading is already embedding what's necessary deep within you. Everything will unfold on its own. There's no need to push yourself or force any transformation. Just as you are now, that's already more than enough. I want to emphasize this. There is absolutely no risk of failure or being left behind if you don't take some action. None whatsoever. Next, I pulled a card to ask for a clear sign, an external confirmation that your situation is truly beginning to shift in a positive direction. If you happen to encounter this sign, it's a message you can trust. Yes, things are genuinely changing. And if you've already come across this sign before watching the reading, then congratulations. You're one step ahead. It means you're already aligned with the path forward. And truly, just getting to this point in the reading is enough to activate a shift within you. The The sign I received is now clear. If you happen to see an image or word related to an eel, take that as a definite signal that positive change is drawing near. Welcome it with lightness and enthusiasm. Everything is flowing in a wonderful direction, and you deserve to enjoy the results of your journey. Whether you come across the symbol in a television show, in daily life, or even just as a passing image, if it involves that sign, take note of it and let it guide your heart. Now, I've drawn a final message just for you to conclude this entire reading. As I was pulling the card, I strongly felt the energy of positive transformation approaching. This reading has been grounded, realistic, and deeply resonant, not a vague fantasy, but something you can feel in your everyday life. And the final card is the Three of Swords in reverse. From the very beginning of this reading, I sense that you've experienced deep hurt and emotional pain, perhaps disappointment, insecurity, or the feeling that your dreams were too distant to ever reach. That was clearly echoed in the reverse star card that appeared at the start. But the appearance of the Three of Swords in reverse this time carries a completely different message. Those old wounds are finally beginning to heal. You've entered a period of recovery. You are emerging from that difficult chapter and moving toward a more stable, hopeful, and gentle reality. If you still feel uncertain or question whether your dream can truly come true, this message is here to reassure you. You are absolutely on the right path. The pain that once held you back and weighed heavily on your heart is now fading. A new chapter is beginning, brighter, lighter, and full of promise. You've arrived at a point where your heart no longer needs to brace itself against the world as it once did. You deserve all the goodness that's making its way to you now. And it is making its way to you. This final card illustrates that so clearly, which is why I want to emphasize this. You don't need to pressure yourself into strategies, mental games, psychological tactics, or heavy-handed efforts just to succeed. If you want to take action, that's perfectly fine. But if you're doing it out of fear or the belief that you must in order to survive, the answer is no, you don't have to. You've already done so much. You've been through uncertainty, exhaustion, and questioning. And now, you have full permission to step away from the need to constantly brace yourself. Even if the phrase "be gentle with yourself" still feels difficult to embody right now, that's okay. Just keep one small reminder in mind: live a little more simply. When you feel something, when a thought or emotion arises naturally, allow yourself to express it. You don't have to calculate whether speaking up will place you at a disadvantage, or whether being honest will make you vulnerable, or whether people will see you as weak or easily manipulated. That's not true. When you voice what you genuinely think and feel, you're not losing power. You're preserving your freedom and honoring your true worth. Expressing your thoughts and emotions sincerely will not cause others to look down on you. It won't cause you to be rejected. On the contrary, it will help you attract the right people and the right environments, those that are truly aligned with who you are. And in doing so, you'll realize that you don't have to twist yourself into someone else's mold or perform according to other people's expectations just to be loved or accepted. You are already enough. Just being yourself is more than enough. And the path ahead will continue to unfold, more open, more natural, and far easier to breathe in. And you, your feelings, your emotions, when you sense that it's the right time, let them come out naturally. If there are moments when you can't speak up, that's perfectly fine too. Let everything flow in its own rhythm. When the moment comes that you feel, yes, I want to say this, and you sense that you can express it, simply do so, gently, openly. Just holding that awareness in your heart is already enough. Let this be a soft reminder made just for you. It's possible that you've spent a long time carrying the weight on your own shoulders, pushing yourself to be stronger, believing you needed to do better. You've tried so hard. But that's okay. Everything you've done was not wrong. In fact, you've always had the right to do things in your own way. In a world overflowing with information, it's almost inevitable to be swept up in standards and advice telling us what we should do, how we must act. But the ultimate truth is this: only you truly know what works best for you. Trust your own way of doing things. And most importantly, do everything within your own capacity at a pace that feels comfortable to you. When you feel ready, you act. When you don't, it's okay too. There's no need to strain or force yourself. You have always been enough, and you fully deserve to walk your path in the way that resonates with you most. You don't have to think, if I don't do this, everything will fall apart, or if I can't make it happen, it means I've failed. You don't need to live in fear that a single mistake will ruin everything. That's not how life works. Cherish both your capabilities and your limits. Simply doing what you can is more than enough. You are absolutely okay. And even if, at times, you feel you've made a mistake or reacted in a way you wish you hadn't, that doesn't mean things are doomed. In reality, life doesn't operate under a rule where one fall equals the end. Quite the opposite. Very often, if you look back after 10 years, you'll realize that a fall you once feared marked a turning point, one that quietly began shaping everything into something more meaningful and aligned, something you couldn't have predicted at the time. What you now see as a mistake might one day prove to be a small but necessary part of your growth. Of course, we're not speaking here of actions that break the law or cause serious harm. Those are entirely different matters. But beyond those exceptions, in the everyday course of your life, whatever choices you make, however you act, you'll be okay. Even if you miss a step or say the wrong thing, your life will not collapse because of it. You can rest easy and trust in yourself. And if at times you find yourself worrying, but what if I really do something terribly wrong? Don't be afraid. The truth is, you are not someone who would cause irreversible harm. You've always been careful. You've always considered others before taking action. You've always thought things through. That's why you won't do anything that leads to devastating consequences. You can rest assured. Even if there comes a moment when you slip, when you say something you later regret, it's still okay. One misstep won't send everything spiraling downward. You are absolutely fine. And even if hearing it's okay repeated again and again starts to sound like it's being said too lightly, the truth is, every word comes from a place of deep understanding. You've already reflected on so much and taken everything seriously, so if anxiety ever creeps in, just return to what you've heard today and let it soothe your soul. Truly, you don't need to brace yourself so tightly. You don't need to stay tense. All you need is to allow yourself to exhale just a little more gently and to move at the pace that your heart finds most comfortable. In this reading, the central theme is your inner transformation, and it is that quiet shift within you that is gradually changing the world around you as well. You don't need to force anything. Just trust that with every passing day, you are moving closer to a world that is softer, kinder, and more sincere. Everything is gradually getting better, in harmony with your natural rhythm. This time, I could truly feel you yourself as the powerful central force of this reading. Your energy came through vividly throughout the entire session. And because of that, I found myself wondering, is there a symbol you associate with yourself? Something that feels like a personal seal? Perhaps a sticker, an image you often use, or simply something that, if you had to choose a mark to represent your soul, you would say, "That's the one. That's me." Just thinking about it brings a sense of joy. Reading for you has felt like being swept into a warm wave, soft, endearing, and quietly steady. If you'd like to share your personal symbol with me, please feel free. Of course, whether you choose to share or not is entirely up to you. Just like this entire reading, it's never something you have to force yourself to follow or carry out. You are free to receive these messages however you wish, gently, in the way that brings you the most comfort. Let yourself relax and simply choose what makes your heart feel lighter. This reading will never weigh heavily on you, so take in the messages in the way that feels right and kind to your spirit. Truly, it's okay. Everything will be just fine. Things will unfold beautifully. You're heading toward brighter, more uplifting experiences. So rest easy. Everything is going to be all right. That brings us to the end of this reading for those who chose pile 1. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to subscribe and support the channel by giving the video a like. Your encouragement is a powerful source of motivation that helps me continue creating new messages for you. If something in this reading touched your heart, I hope you leave a comment or a small symbol to let me know that the message resonated with you. I always look forward to reading your thoughts, so don't hesitate to share them if you feel moved to do so. Thank you so much for staying with me until the end of the video. I look forward to seeing you again in future readings. Hello to everyone who chose pile 2. Thank you for waiting. Now, I'll begin the reading for those of you who are drawn to the second pile. I hope that this reading brings you healing, new insight, and moments filled with warmth and love. Today, we'll be exploring the theme. What is quietly happening beneath the surface, and when will it begin to reveal itself? As soon as I laid out the cards, I immediately felt, oh, it seems like there's a lot going on here. The energy was chaotic, unsettled. What first drew my attention was the final outcome card, the 10 of Cups in reverse. It seemed to be the focal point of all that's unfolding beneath the surface. And the very first impression that came to my mind was, to be direct about it, it feels like there's a dissolution or transformation taking place within a community, a family, or a close-knit group of relationships. The question that quickly followed in my mind was, but is this truly a sorrowful thing for you? Because when I tuned in more deeply, I realized this shift doesn't necessarily carry a wholly negative tone. Still, In order to remain precise and not lean too far in one direction, I want to explore the range of possible meanings here. Indeed, the reversed Ten of Cups often describes instability or cracks forming in what once seemed like solid bonds, such as with family, dear friends, or intimate relationships. Yet at the same time, it can also signify that an old structure has outlived its purpose, and you're preparing to step into a new chapter. One where you create connections that resonate more truly with who you are now. In other words, it feels like an old roof is changing form. But this transformation doesn't have to be tragic. It might be something necessary to make room for something better to come into your life. To be clear, this could take many forms. For example, if you're currently experiencing emotional or physical abuse and have been seeking a way out, this upcoming break could be a sign that you're about to be freed. Or, if you're in a complicated relationship, perhaps a separation or a divorce where your partner has struggled to finalize things due to their own trauma, then this shift may point to them finally moving towards severing those lingering ties. And in doing so, both of you may begin to move toward the future you truly desire. Yes, it sounds complex. But when I say complex here, it's not to judge or label your situation as messy. It's simply the nature of readings like this. They tend to arise when the emotional layers run deep, when love, fear, hope, and entanglement all exist side by side. So, even if you didn't come to this reading with a particularly complicated love story in mind, it can still be understood quite simply. Some structure in your life is preparing to shift. This might be related to a relationship, your career, your family, something about the way you connect with others, or the framework of your current reality is ready for transformation. What's particularly striking, though, is the appearance of the Death card in reverse in the position describing your surrounding circumstances, or the energy of the person or people involved. Reversed, the Death card typically suggests a resistance to change, or a clinging to the status quo. So even though the deeper layers of the spread, especially with the reversed Ten of Cups, clearly point toward an inevitable transformation, on the surface, it seems those involved are still holding tightly to what's familiar, hesitant to step into the next chapter. Your own card, meanwhile, is the Three of Swords in reverse. And here, the picture becomes clearer. It seems that recently, you may have felt discouraged, perhaps even disheartened to the point of believing that change was no longer possible, or that something you've long wished for was now out of reach. Earlier, I used a love story as an example for clarity, but this applies just as well to situations beyond romance. For instance, maybe you once believed you could get into a certain company, win a competitive exam, or achieve a long-held dream. There was a time when hope filled your heart, when you truly believed, I can do this. But then something happened, something that made you feel, even if only for a moment, maybe it's not going to work out after all. I'm not saying everything has truly ended. Rather, it feels like a certain event or moment occurred that caused a temporary dip in your faith, something that made you feel like the dream might have slipped away. And yet, slowly, bit by bit, you've begun to rise again. The card shows that you're in the process of emotional recovery, not quite fully healed, but no longer where you were. Which is why I sense that, in the not-so-distant past, you may have experienced a minor upheaval or a quiet emotional shock. Because of that, a belief may have formed in your heart, one that sounds something like, even if I still have hope, it's unlikely that the others involved, or that person, will ever truly change. Right now, you may not yet see any visible signs of change, no clear movement, no obvious shift. And yet, according to the cards laid out before me, especially the appearance of the Ten of Cups in reverse in the final outcome position, what they reveal is this. Although everything on the surface may seem stagnant, beneath it all, a profound transformation is quietly taking place. What I mean is, whether the focus of your question is a specific person, a situation in your environment such as a company, a competition, or even your own personal development, there is one common thread. Things may appear unchanged, but beneath the surface, something is slowly, steadily shifting. From your perspective, you might feel that nothing has moved at all. Some of you may even believe that everything is stuck or hopeless. But the truth is, in places you cannot yet see, within someone's inner emotions, within the structure of an organization, the energy of a workplace, or other foundational elements, things are already in motion little by little, bit by bit. If you're watching this reading with a question about yourself, the message may be this. Within you, too, a deep internal transformation has already begun. This is the true current running below the surface right now. Looking at the past through the lens of the Hanged Man in reverse, I sense that you have tried very hard. You've experimented with different paths, struggled, adjusted, and done all you could to turn your dreams and goals into reality. You haven't been sitting idly by, you've been actively seeking your way forward. For instance, maybe you've spent time watching astrology readings, learning about psychology, studying practical tools and techniques, or simply pouring yourself into academic or professional preparation, taking exams, pursuing certifications. In other words, you've done a lot, so much, all because of your deep desire to realize your dream. And now, with the appearance of the Nine of Pentacles, it's clear that you currently have a specific, focused goal. Perhaps it's a dream related to your career, or a particular type of relationship you aspire to. You're working toward becoming a certain kind of person, but what stands out to me very clearly is that you're not trying to imitate anyone else. You might have an ideal image, yes, but it's not a matter of, I want to be like celebrity XYZ. Not at all. What you're aiming for is to become your own unique version, a version of yourself that cannot be replaced by anyone else in this world. And that wish, that aspiration, comes through as something incredibly strong and beautifully pure. From the perspective of this reading being about a specific person, let's just suppose that in this connection, your person currently has someone else in their life. Even then, what I sense is that you don't wish to become a replacement for that person. You're not looking to take over their role or simply step into their shoes. You want to be someone singular, the one for them, the one who cannot be substituted or compared. That feeling shines through with clarity. It's not about becoming a replica of someone else, or competing for a space they once held. What you want is to be seen, cherished, and loved as yourself, to hold a place in their heart that no one else could ever occupy. When I looked at the cards, I felt this message very strongly, especially with the appearance of the Pentacles card, which often symbolizes groundedness, stability, or an admirable figure, an ideal role model. However, in this case, I didn't get the sense that you want to become a copy of someone else. On the contrary, I sensed a very pure intention. You want to reach that position through your own merit. You want to turn that dream into reality by staying true to who you are and honoring your unique values. This energy came through so clearly that I believe this may be something you deeply cherish. You don't wish to replace anyone. What you truly desire is to build your own path and create your own way of relating. And if this interpretation doesn't quite fit your story, I apologize, but the emotional impression was incredibly strong when I reached this part of the reading. Now, moving on to the advice section, we see the Page of Cups in reverse. I took some time to reflect on what this card might be trying to convey. The reversed Page of Cups gives me the impression that you're currently carrying a very intense thought. You must find the best possible solution at all costs. I can sense a tremendous amount of effort coming from you. Yet, this isn't the kind of effort that feels forced or painful. It's a steady, persistent kind of striving that you've maintained for quite some time. That silent, resilient energy is clearly reflected in the cards that speak of your past. It seems you're thinking that if there's an optimal path, you want to seize it and use it to turn your current dream into a reality, and you truly are doing your best to make that happen. However, the message here is this: you don't need to overthink things anymore. The answer has already been right in front of you. What's needed now isn't more searching or struggling, but rather the ability to recognize the natural flow unfolding before you and to gently align yourself with it. Because when I looked at the cards indicating your near future, I saw the Four of Cups, a card that often speaks of realization or awakening. This underscores the fact that you are no longer in the phase of needing to gather raw materials or patch up what's missing. Everything you need to move forward is already within your grasp. All that's left is for you to make the most of what you already have, much like a skilled chef preparing a wonderful meal using the ingredients already in the kitchen. The message coming through for you is crystal clear. You have already done enough. Over the past years, you've worked tirelessly. You've searched, learned, grown, and gathered all the experience you needed. And now, it's time to step into a new phase, one where you no longer need to seek outside yourself, but simply make artful, intuitive use of what's already within you. However, when I came across the phrase "the things happening on the surface," it stirred a deep sense of curiosity in me. It felt like a subtle allusion to some kind of transformation, perhaps a shift in the structure of a family or the evolving shape of a relationship, and I genuinely wanted to understand it more clearly. So, I decided to draw a few more cards to shed light on what exactly is unfolding on that surface. What I sensed was the presence of a significant change. It felt as though something was about to be reborn, completely renewed. I found myself wondering whether this shift would be a blessing for you, or instead, a challenge. And then, the Boat card appeared. The boat, no matter the context, only ever carries one meaning: to move forward. It never implies turning back. So its appearance alone already served as confirmation. There is no direction other than ahead. Still, I asked again just to be sure, is this change a blessing, or is it going to be difficult? The answer I received was yes, but because I had asked two questions in one, the yes left me uncertain which one was it referring to. And then I thought, perhaps this yes is meant to cover both parts of the question. But I second-guessed myself, wondering if that interpretation was truly accurate. I almost decided to ask again for clarity. Then suddenly, I remembered there is a kind of situation in which yes genuinely can encompass both meanings. It's the kind of experience where something is absolutely worth celebrating, but not entirely easy to go through. The clearest example I can offer is ending an unhealthy relationship. Let me be clear, I'm not referring to anything toxic like infidelity or betrayal. What I mean is this: walking away from a connection that no longer serves you can bring a sense of liberation, freedom, and true happiness. So in that sense, it is a joyful and affirming experience, but it also comes with pain and difficulty. Seen from this angle, receiving a yes to both sides of the question begins to make perfect sense. It's not about conflict or betrayal or anything harmful. It's more like this. Imagine two people, each already in a long-term relationship, but their bonds with their current partners have grown cold over time. Both have already discussed the prospect of parting ways with their respective partners. Then, in the midst of processing those separations, the two of them meet, and an unexpected, genuine affection begins to bloom. This isn't a secret affair or a hidden romance. Both of their current partners are fully aware of the budding new relationship. So having a new love interest isn't something immoral or deceitful. However, due to the lingering legal matters, such as pending divorces, the two can't yet fully and publicly be together. And so, even though the emotional bond is real and promising, it still comes with trials, complications, and a need for patience. Then, after some time, the divorce procedures are finalized and the two people can officially be together. This is clearly something worth celebrating, a happy ending. However, it is not a path lined with roses. Each of them has children from their previous relationships, and now they must shoulder the responsibilities of parenting together. For instance, they'll need to attend events like school sports days, and they will still have to maintain communication and cooperation with their former partners for the sake of their children. So while being together brings joy, it also comes with very real responsibilities and challenges. Though I used a romantic scenario as an example, this idea applies just as well outside of love, such as in the workplace. Imagine you receive a promotion due to a restructuring of the company. That's a huge piece of good news. But with the promotion comes new challenges, training new employees, taking on heavier responsibilities, and facing greater pressure. In other words, you're receiving something wonderful, but at the same time, there are new tasks and problems you must solve. Perhaps the message here is exactly that. This is something truly worth celebrating, but it also comes with its own set of challenges and responsibilities that you will need to accept and rise above. As for the message from the Angel Answer deck, it's true, the change in question is not something negative or distressing. It's not the kind of situation that makes you throw up your hands and cry out, "Oh no, what am I going to do?" Not at all. This is a shift that brings you genuine happiness. It's just that along with it come a few problems to solve and trials to overcome. The feeling is very clear and unmistakable in that regard. So, I truly believe that something like this will soon unfold in your life. Of course, depending on which area you're asking about in your reading, the interpretation will differ. If you're inquiring about love or a partnership, this could indicate a major development, such as the two of you moving closer together, beginning a committed relationship, or even progressing toward marriage, as I mentioned earlier. If that truly is the case, then this is indeed a deeply meaningful and joyful development. A clear milestone is being marked, a closing of an old chapter to make way for a new one. The presence of the message of rebirth and building something fresh reinforces this idea. For instance, if your person has officially and clearly ended a previous relationship, then now the two of you can begin a new journey together, creating a new family, a new life. And this is not about conflict or destruction, but rather a natural outcome of everything that has already unfolded. Still, even though this is a source of happiness, there will inevitably be practical matters that both of you must face and handle together. For example, if each of you has children from a previous relationship, the responsibilities toward those children continue. There may be school events like sports days that you will still need to attend. Or it might involve introducing one another to each other's families, navigating and arranging old relational ties, or dealing with many other practical issues related to merging lives and starting anew. In short, this is a hopeful new beginning, one that deserves to be celebrated, but at the same time, it is also a gateway to a series of responsibilities and new challenges that require joint effort and cooperation to establish a stable foundation for the future. So, I believe the angel answer is not signaling that anything terrible is going to happen. Rather, it emphasizes that while this is a beautiful and promising new beginning, it will also come with its share of challenges. The clearest way to understand this is through the examples I shared earlier, or consider another case. Imagine your company has finally found stability and restructured its system. Everyone is looking forward to a bright new chapter ahead. But at the same time, 10 new employees have just joined, and you're now in charge of training them. That's going to be a lot of work, isn't it? In other words, joy and responsibility go hand in hand. And that's the reality of life. Whenever something new begins, like opening a shop or diving into a new hobby, the initial feeling is one of excitement and enthusiasm. But to keep things running smoothly, you still need to spend time learning how things work, organizing everything, taking care of small details like interior setup, gathering necessary tools, and so on. There are always small puzzles to solve along the way. Therefore, this does not mean that something good must always come hand in hand with something terrible. That's not the case at all. What's being described here is simply the natural flow of life. When something begins, there is always a period of adjustment. Starting a new life naturally requires time to adapt to change. And that process, even if it involves some hardship, is still a normal, necessary part of growth and moving forward. What I sense here is that this message is simply pointing to the practical rhythm of life itself. And it seems that these changes have already begun to take shape. The important thing is this. None of this should come as a shock to you. For example, if you are in a happy, fulfilling family and you're worried, does this mean my family will fall apart? Then the answer is no. If your family were to fall apart, that would not be something joyful for you, and the message here is pointing to something that is a cause for joy. So, interpreting it that way would be a misunderstanding. This is not a situation where you're left asking, wait, how did it end up like this? If you're wondering, so what is the thing I should be happy about? Then set aside the voices of society or outside opinions, and just listen to your own heart. Whatever just came to mind, whatever brought a feeling of warmth or joy to your heart, that is your answer. It might be a complex scenario like the one I mentioned earlier. Or it could be something work-related, such as a structural change in your company. It might even be something like this. You've been part of a group or a community where you didn't feel truly comfortable. You endured it for a long time. And now, that group has disbanded, and you suddenly feel free, as though a weight has lifted. Of course, the dissolution of a community also means the loss of a place you were once tied to, and that can leave you feeling a little uncertain, wondering which club to join next, or which new passion to explore. But even so, the dominant feeling is still one of liberation and relief, a hopeful beginning to something better. So, what is coming your way is a positive shift, a conclusion that opens the door to new opportunities. And although there may be certain challenges to adapt to and overcome along the way, this change is, at its core, a hopeful and welcome one. These could very well be the new challenges beginning to approach. Of course, the specifics will vary depending on the area of life you're asking about in your reading, but the overarching message remains consistent. And I want to emphasize this once again. This is something joyful for you, something you have long wished for. It is not a case of some unwanted event having to occur so that you can find happiness afterward, nor is it the kind of suffering that one must endure in order to grow, as some theories about struggles lead to maturity might suggest. No, this is simply a good thing coming your way, something you've hoped for, and naturally, it arrives with some accompanying challenges or practical matters to navigate. So don't misunderstand this as a warning that something frightening or painful is about to happen, which you must simply endure because it will somehow be good for you in the end. Thinking in that direction will only make things feel heavier and more tangled. That's not what this is. This is something simple. What you've wished for is coming. It's a true joy, but that joy comes hand in hand with natural adjustments and things you'll need to handle. Or, if you're inquiring about your work environment or the community you belong to, it's possible that changes are gradually beginning to unfold there as well. For example, within a group or organization, there may be someone who constantly insists that everyone must strictly follow rules or behave in a rigid, overly disciplined way, creating a stifling atmosphere. Over time, this pressure can give rise to growing discontent among others in the group, eventually leading to quiet discussions or even resistance aimed at that person. As a result, an environment that once felt suffocating and uncomfortable to you is now beginning to dissolve and restructure. The current energetic flow seems to reflect a process of disintegration followed by renewal. Some old foundations are breaking down, not as a random shift, but as a part of a meaningful progression towards something you've long desired. I feel very strongly that this rebirth is bringing you closer to what you truly want. It is a positive change, one that is guiding you toward the light. When I look at the spread, especially the imagery of the boat, I feel this current flowing with clarity and purpose. Perhaps my interpretation leans slightly in a certain direction, but whether you're asking about love, shared life circumstances, or your external environment, the core message seems to revolve around the same theme. I will be drawing a few more cards from another deck to explore this further. Even so, from what has already emerged, I can say this with confidence. The process of destruction and rebirth is unfolding in a meaningful and beneficial way. And this rebirth is moving in alignment with your own heartfelt wishes. This is what the cards are emphasizing. Then, another sign appeared, the Heart card. This further affirms that no matter how this transformation unfolds, at its very core, it is leading you towards something that will bring joy to your heart. It seems that everything I've just described, the quiet inner shifts, the subtle unfolding at deeper levels, is happening steadily, piece by piece, even if you cannot yet fully see it. Why haven't you seen it clearly yet? As I've previously analyzed, it's because the information hasn't reached you. It could be that the person involved hasn't shared it with you yet, or that the message simply hasn't been delivered. If this situation involves another person, it's very likely that they haven't spoken to you about the changes they are experiencing. And then, the Gentleman card appeared. When this card comes out, if you're asking about a specific person, I can say with certainty that this individual plays a major role in the entire situation. Just a little more patience. I'm going to draw a few more cards to bring even greater clarity. It feels as though everything is coming together into a clearer picture now, and what is unfolding is deeply connected to a specific individual, most likely the person who's been on your mind throughout this reading. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. When the Gentleman and the Lady cards appear together, it signifies a powerful connection between two individuals. If you're asking about a specific person, I can say with confidence, this person deeply cherishes and values you. Because they care so much for you, they are reluctant to share the chaos they're currently experiencing. They fear that if they were to tell you everything right now, you might not be able to see the hope beyond the turmoil. They worry it would only cause you more anxiety, more disappointment. Their thought is this: only when everything is truly under control, when the situation has been resolved in a positive way, will they reach out and tell you. Another possibility is this: they simply don't want you to see them in a state of helplessness, confusion, or vulnerability. They don't want to show up in front of you looking unstable or overwhelmed. They want to appear as their best self when they stand before you. If you're not asking about a specific person, but rather about your overall relationships or environment, the message is similar. There may be someone who holds an important role, who is intentionally waiting for the right moment to bring you good news. For instance, in a company setting, even if there are internal disruptions, there may be someone who has been quietly working hard to resolve them. Only when things are on track, when a positive result has been secured, will they come forward to inform you. Likewise, if this involves clients, collaborators, or people close to you, they too may be waiting until the situation becomes clear and favorable before they share it with you. In short, whether this is about a personal relationship or a broader environment, I feel very strongly that those involved are acting out of a genuine desire to protect you and to deliver good news at the most appropriate time. Beyond these cases, if you're asking this reading about yourself, perhaps you've recently experienced a setback, such as being rejected after an audition or facing some kind of disappointment. The meaning is similar. It's possible that, behind the scenes, a new opportunity is quietly being prepared for you. But because the internal workings of the company, organization, or situation are still unstable, they haven't been able to reach out to you just yet. And the reason for not sharing this with you immediately also comes from a place of deep respect and care. They want to wait until everything is truly certain, until they can offer you the best opportunity, the most solid proposal, before contacting you. The overall message is crystal clear. Whether you're asking about a specific person, your work environment, or your own career path, in all cases, there is a strong foundation of love, appreciation, and an earnest desire to bring you only what is good and meaningful. Therefore, the fact that you haven't heard any news yet, or haven't seen anything clearly unfolding, is not because of deceit or malice. It's simply because the right time hasn't come. And yet, as the cards have already shown, in the near future, you will come to realize it. There will be a sign, a moment, an event that will make you exclaim, "Ah, so this has been unfolding quietly beneath the surface all along." A small but deeply meaningful turning point awaits you ahead, and I can feel very clearly that it will bring genuine joy into your life. I then drew cards to ask specifically what will happen in the near future. The result of the spread reveals something very clear. No matter what area you're asking about, love, career, relationships, or your living environment, there is already a shift happening at a deeper level, a transformation moving toward the manifestation of the beautiful things you've been longing for. If you're not asking about a specific person, for example, if you've been hoping to work at a particular company or join an organization you admire, but you haven't received any response because that place has been in internal chaos, then now, thanks to a process of internal breakdown and renewal, those previous entanglements are gradually being resolved. And so, in the near future, you may well receive an official notice or an invitation to collaborate. Looking at the overall flow of energy, I feel it very clearly. No matter the angle of your inquiry, everything points to the same conclusion. What you've been hoping for is quietly making its way toward you. The Wheel of Fortune appearing in reverse suggests that the turning point is very close, but not quite here yet. It's as if you're standing right at the threshold, just a little more, and the wheel will complete its turn. And when that happens, you'll see the transformation fully revealed before your eyes. So I decided to ask further about timing. How much longer will it be before this takes place? When I drew a card, the Joker appeared. I drew another to clarify, and the snake followed. The Joker suggests that this event may happen suddenly, unexpectedly, like a twist of fate, arriving in a moment you least anticipate. Meanwhile, the snake emphasizes that this journey may require patience and the ability to navigate delicately through emotions or situations that are somewhat complex, winding, and layered, like the path of a serpent. In short, the specific timing may not be immediate, but it is not far off either. The change you've been waiting for will arrive as a surprise, at a time when you may have already released your tension or stopped actively waiting for it, like a gift from destiny, sent to you in quiet recognition of all your endurance and perseverance. The timeframe the cards are pointing to falls within the next 3 months. However, given that the cards suggest you are already very close, I sense that things won't be drawn out much longer. The snake card, associated with the number 7, also hints that July could be a meaningful point in time. Still, it's worth noting that the Wheel of Fortune has appeared in reverse. Even so, destiny is already beginning to turn. This means that significant changes are already in motion, and it's only a short stretch further before they become fully visible. This is not a matter of waiting for years, or something distant and vague. It's near. Additionally, the appearance of card number May 27th suggests a specific date, such as the 27th of a month, or a time frame toward the end of an upcoming month. Alongside this, the King of Wands has appeared, radiating powerful energy related to decisiveness, leadership, and bold action. It gives me the strong impression that even if the lead-up feels gradual, once the moment ripens, events will unfold with clarity and strength. On the subject of timing, I want to add this. If you're someone who tends to feel anxious when specific dates are mentioned, take this gently. Simply understand that within the next 3 months, and especially around July, there's a high likelihood of a pivotal shift. You don't need to count the days or cling to a specific deadline. Let it flow. Another card I saw was the Whip. This suggests that the other person involved, or those connected to the situation, are currently engaged in intense conversations, negotiations, or even internal disputes. These may concern how to resolve certain matters, divide responsibilities, restructure something, or simply work through lingering differences. Even if this process appears messy, it is necessary. It is part of clearing the path for the positive transformation ahead. In short, in the coming period, especially around July, what you've been hoping for will begin to take clearer shape. Things are already shifting behind the scenes, and when they emerge, it will be in a bold, decisive manner, capable of opening a new path for you. And I feel very strongly that this may begin as early as next month. Right now, the first subtle signs have already begun to appear. However, do keep in mind, what is unfolding at this stage mostly concerns the other party or those around you. It is not yet happening directly between you and that person. More specifically, if you're asking about a particular person, it seems that on their side, they are currently navigating through conflicts, negotiations, or internal discussions to resolve lingering issues, possibly with a former partner, family members, colleagues, or matters related to their living situation. If your question isn't about one specific individual, but rather about your broader environment, such as your workplace, social relationships, friendships, or business partnerships, the message is similar. Somewhere in that environment, discussions and efforts are underway to bring closure to an old phase and prepare for the opening of a new path. There's a strong sense that, through this process, a new door is gradually opening. And the most significant time frame emerging is from April to July, with July standing out in particular. I sense that by July, you will not merely have a vague feeling or distant intuition. Rather, you will see things clearly and unmistakably. It won't be whispers or guesses anymore. Everything will appear before you in the form of concrete events. If you're reading this spread between April and July, you can take July as a guiding milestone. But if you're consulting this reading at a completely different time of year, then take the present moment as your starting point. Somewhere between 1 to 3 months from now, the third month is likely to mark an important turning point. Let me emphasize again. If you feel sensitive about hearing predicted timelines, you can absolutely set this part aside. Simply receive the core message that within the next 3 months, the changes you've been waiting for will begin to unfold, clearly and undeniably, right in front of your eyes. So, allow this time frame to settle gently in your awareness. Understand that around July, or around the third month from now, something will become clear. That will be the moment when you see everything for what it is, why the invitation came to you, why that person reached out, or why a significant message about your future was finally revealed. Everything will come into focus, no longer vague or open to speculation. And in the meantime, that doesn't mean nothing will happen. The reading also shows that small but steady movements will begin to take place, leading you step by step toward that moment. If you're currently in a month where you find yourself wondering, will anything happen between now and then? The answer is yes. I will draw additional cards to explore exactly what those things might be. And there's one more point I want to clarify, something that just came to mind. If you're asking about a complicated romantic relationship, especially one that involves family, children, or pressures related to family traditions, then please don't worry that the other person is secretly planning to have a child with someone else or to begin a new life with another partner. That is not the case. That is not what's happening, and you can rest assured on that front. At the heart of everything I've sensed, the core message is this. The quiet changes now unfolding are all moving toward the release of old pressures, the dismantling of what once constrained, in order to open a new path, the very path your heart has long been drawn to. And within approximately 3 months, especially around July, you will witness tangible results with your own eyes. The overall feeling I receive is not one of concern. This is not a situation where someone is getting swept into something serious or bound by commitments they cannot escape. Whether you're asking about love or career, this isn't about someone entering a new relationship, signing a binding contract, or taking on a role that will lock them in and prevent them from moving forward. What I feel clearly is that they are not actively pursuing or deeply involved in any of those things. Rather, they are under significant external pressure, being pushed, questioned repeatedly about decisions or commitments they haven't made and may not even want to make. The appearance of the stork and the letter cards gives me a strong sense that there is a wide gap between what's being said around them, what's being expected, and what they're actually doing. In other words, they have not stepped into an irreversible situation as you might fear. They haven't signed anything they can't walk away from. They haven't been swept into a current from which there's no return. The reversed Ten of Cups reinforces this. It suggests that instead of forming a new community, family, or long-term binding foundation, there is resistance or an inability to form such connections at this time. Therefore, I can say with confidence, you don't need to worry that this person is being held back or trapped in a situation. To put it simply, here is what's happening now. The external pressure is intense, voices are many, but internally, within that person or within the situation, no binding action has been taken. And because of that, the door to the future you're hoping for remains wide open. For instance, if you're asking whether someone new is about to enter your life, or if a new job offer is on its way, I don't see a case where the other side, whether a person or an organization, is tied up in such chaos that everything is stalled or falling apart. There is no sense that they've stepped too far into a mess they can't step back from. There's no indication of someone being caught in a web of obligations, having made commitments they now regret. That's not what's happening. Even though, yes, there is a lot of noise, confusion, and pressure surrounding them at the moment, they themselves are not deeply entangled in it. They are not willingly entangled in any of it, nor are they pouring their full energy into these matters. It's simply that, from the outside, an overwhelming number of voices, pressures, and expectations are converging on them, leaving them feeling drained, disheartened, as though they're being pushed into the eye of a storm they never asked to be in. This is further affirmed by the appearance of cards representing transitional phases, signals that the flow of fate is moving toward transformation, not stagnation. So you can rest assured, neither this person nor any new opportunity is stuck in a loop with no way out. There is no sense that they've gotten themselves into something they can't escape. Everything is merely waiting for the right moment to break open in a positive direction, not locked in some prolonged state of inertia. I emphasize this because I know some people may feel anxious when hearing about delays. But in truth, this particular delay does not carry negative energy. It simply reflects the natural pacing of transformation, one that requires time and alignment before unfolding. And when it does, it will do so clearly and gently. To be sure, I pulled one more card because I know some may be wondering, but isn't this whole situation just going to drag on? Isn't it all going to stall again? That person or opportunity will probably just get stuck again, right? I completely understand that line of thinking, so I checked carefully again. And the message is absolutely clear. That is not what's happening. The cards strongly affirm that whether you're asking about a specific person, a job opportunity, or someone new entering your life, everything is currently unfolding to lead toward a new path, a next step. What's happening now isn't to trap anyone in stagnation. It's happening to move things forward, toward you. Which means, if you're asking about a person, they're preparing to come closer to you. If you're asking about a job or a new relationship, that opportunity is already forming and moving in your direction. There is no indication that they, or it, will remain stuck forever. I feel this with great clarity through the energy of the cards. So you can allow yourself to trust in the flow of this process. Now, I've drawn additional cards to look more closely at the next 4 months, and as I did, the Bird's card unexpectedly flew out. In the Lenormand system, the Bird's card often symbolizes conversations, rumors, social media, or widely circulated talk. Its appearance at this moment comes with an important reminder. Do not let yourself get swept up in speculative information, especially the kind that spreads through gossip, social media, or unverified sources. Instead, trust in your own lived experience, your own reality, and the signals that your truest intuition is picking up on. Because the actual flow is moving toward clarity and renewal, meant specifically for you. There's no need to be shaken by what others are saying. I understand that, even after all these explanations, there may still be a part of you that thinks, but based on all the love techniques I've read or the business strategies I've learned, isn't it possible that the other person is quietly executing their plans smoothly behind the scenes? Or, what if everything I'm hoping for is just an illusion, and something terrifying is actually happening beneath the surface? But, my dear, I want to tell you this. You do not need to be swept up by those kinds of thoughts, especially the ones that come from the internet or social media. Yes, it's true that there are people online who share valuable and accurate insights. But it's also true that many others are exploiting people's insecurities for profit. Some intentionally stoke fear and uncertainty, only to sell you the solution afterward. Advice, services, or products designed to ease the very anxiety they've just triggered. This is a real business model. Not all of it is malicious, of course, but the mechanism exists. So you don't need to place absolute trust in everything you read online. You don't need to punish yourself by thinking, am I being too optimistic? Or maybe something bad is happening and I just don't know it. Don't let yourself get pulled into that spiral of anxiety. I emphasize this because when the Bird's card suddenly appeared in the reading, I felt very strongly that many of you may have been affected, perhaps even deeply hurt, by things you've read on social media or in external sources. You can absolutely trust the real current of energy that is flowing toward you. There is no need to compare, to measure yourself against cold theories or strategies that leave you feeling even more confused. Your journey is one of a kind, and what's good and right for you is approaching at a pace that matches your own rhythm. You are completely okay. You are exactly where you need to be. In this world of millions upon millions of people, no single piece of advice or theory can apply to everyone. And in a broader sense, this even applies to divination and tarot readings. If you follow logic to its end, you'll realize that nothing is ever absolute. And more than that, when we read something, especially online or through digital screens, we tend to absorb it directly, deeply, without filters. The written word bypasses so many mental defenses. It goes straight into our thoughts. That's why you may unconsciously begin to feel, maybe this applies to me, or what if I'm also in that bad situation? But the truth is, not everything applies to you. What matters is this. Listen to yourself. Ask, does this information genuinely fit with my situation? Does it truly resonate with what I feel inside? Do I feel peace or anxiety when I receive it? Those are the questions that truly matter. No matter where the information comes from, even the insights I'm sharing with you here, you are under no obligation to accept it all. Choose wisely. Use information as a tool to support you. You have every right to select only what resonates, what feels gentle and empowering for your personal journey. You are not controlled by any information. You are the one who chooses how to use it to your advantage. Even tarot readings, even predictions like the ones I've offered here, don't let anyone, not even me, shake your sense of clarity. You are the one who filters, decides, and holds sovereignty over every message you receive. You can choose to think of it this way. Let's not get it twisted. I'm the one using this information. It's not the information that directs me. It's me who extracts what I need and uses it to walk my own path. I want to emphasize this because I sense that among those of you reading, some may have felt overwhelmed or confused at times, influenced by too many things you've read online. I apologize if this reflection has grown lengthy, but I genuinely want you to feel steadier. And because I can still sense that some of you may be carrying lingering unease, wondering, what if the other person, or that opportunity, is quietly heading in the wrong direction after all? I decided to draw one more card, just to clear away any last traces of doubt. What I felt was this. Perhaps some of you are still harboring a quiet fear that something terrible might be unfolding on the other side. But when I drew the additional card, the Nine of Cups reversed appeared. Now, the Nine of Cups is the card of dreams coming true. And even in reverse, its core energy is not frightening or overly negative. The message is very clear. There's nothing terrifying here. Nothing like what you've been imagining. In fact, the card seems to speak gently, as if to comfort you. I'm still here, believing in you, waiting patiently for your dream to come alive. I could sense it clearly. Those of you who chose this reading may be carrying a deep fear that if something new appears, it will take away everything you've hoped for. For example, a fear that if the other person has a child with someone else, the bond with you will vanish. That's just one illustration, but this kind of fear, of something being born that erases your dream, is an energy I felt strongly. And I want to emphasize, this isn't just about situations involving children. That is merely a symbol. Whether it's the idea of someone signing a contract with another company or entering a new commitment with someone else, all of it stems from the same root. Something new is being born, and you're afraid it will close the door to your own hope. But the cards are here to gently assure you that fear, however real it may feel, does not reflect what is truly unfolding. The door is not closing. The dream is not lost. You are not being replaced. You are, in fact, right where you need to be. And nothing, not even the unknown, has the power to steal from you what is truly meant for your heart. For example, if you're asking about your career, you might be worried. If the other party signs a contract with someone else, will I still have a chance? Or if your question is about love, if that person commits to another relationship, will there still be a future for us? But the cards clearly say, that's not how it works. A new beginning does not mean every door will close on you. Just because something else is born does not mean what you're moving toward will be taken away. Your path is still unfolding, and the good things meant for you are still waiting ahead. Nothing can easily strip away what truly belongs to you. You can rest assured. What I sense so strongly for those who chose this reading is that your deepest fear is this: that something new being born, whether it's a child, a relationship, a contract, a new phase, will block the bond between you and someone else, or stop an invitation or opportunity you've been hoping for from ever arriving. That fear can take many forms. For example, the fear that if the other person enters a new relationship, has a child, or signs a work agreement, then the road between the two of you will be cut off. I feel this anxiety vividly in the current energy of the spread. The recurring imagery of symbols related to birth and formation further emphasizes this theme. Images of children, of eggs coiled protectively by serpents, all symbols of something quietly forming in the shadows. Even the stork card, which represents something being born in silence yet carrying significant impact, appears here as confirmation. However, let me be absolutely clear. What you fear is not going to happen. Even if these symbols seem unsettling to you, the message from the cards is quite the opposite. Whatever is being born right now will not prevent, interrupt, or cancel what is meant for you. You will not be left behind. You will not be forgotten. You will not lose the opportunity that is on its way to you. Even if you're asking about a job offer, a career move, or a new project, whatever new plans may be forming elsewhere, they will not lead you astray from your own path. Your journey continues, solid and steady. So please, allow yourself to feel at ease. What I sense most clearly is that this fear does not come from your present reality. It's an echo from the past, old memories or difficult experiences rising up again. But what's happening now is not a repetition of the past. The things you hold dear, the opportunities your heart has longed for, they are still moving silently but surely toward you. And nothing can stop them. Because the Nine of Cups has appeared once again, I can feel this message very clearly. From the beginning of this reading, there's been a lingering sense of unease, like something has yet to be fully resolved. That's why I've repeatedly said, if what I'm sharing doesn't resonate with you, then perhaps this reading is simply not meant for you. However, if deep inside, you carry a fear that something new being born might cause what you desire to vanish, then let me reassure you once more, that is not going to happen. Whether I mentioned having a child, signing a contract, or starting a new project, the core message remains unchanged. Nothing new that enters your life will take away the opportunity that's meant for you.
You can be completely at peace with that.
To be certain, I drew one more card to ask, why won't the thing you fear actually happen? And the card that appeared was the Five of Swords. This card gives me the strong sense that your anxiety comes from how easily you're affected by surrounding images, information, or signals. For example, if your question is about someone specific, it's quite possible they are the type of person who occasionally acts or speaks in ambiguous ways that can be easily misunderstood. Or perhaps there are rumors or external events that make you think something is wrong. But in truth, all of these are just surface-level ripples. They don't represent any real threat to the path you're walking. Everything you've seen or heard may simply be a misunderstanding or signals that do not truly reflect the reality. The Five of Swords also reminds us, sometimes, fear is nothing more than an internal battle, a struggle with our own negative thoughts, rather than an actual conflict in the outer world. Don't let those noises distract you or throw you off course. In short, there's no need for worry. What you're hoping for is still making its way to you, quietly and steadily. Whatever you've seen or heard will not change the destiny that is about to unfold. All you need to do is stay grounded, trust your deepest instincts, and keep moving forward. In reality, although there's nothing seriously wrong, certain signals around you may suggest otherwise. For example, if your question involves a specific person, they might be the kind who occasionally gives off mixed signals, making you misinterpret that something is wrong, when in fact there is nothing at all. Or, if you're asking about a company or a work opportunity, they might be using common business talk like, "We're also in talks with several other candidates, so please manage your expectations," phrases that make you feel as though you don't really stand a chance. In addition, the information that spreads across social media is also a major factor. I apologize if my words sound harsh, but I truly believe that anything that causes you distress or makes you feel unsafe is nothing more than garbage. That kind of content only brings you pain and offers absolutely no benefit in return. If someone simply spreads fear and then leaves you to deal with the confusion alone, I honestly cannot agree with that approach. I can understand if someone offers advice or information and then follows it up with real guidance, whether it's paid or not, as long as it genuinely helps. But those who spread anxiety and unease without offering any direction or support whatsoever, I truly cannot accept that. If they have the audacity to instill fear in others, then they should also have the responsibility to accompany that with care and guidance. Let me be clear, anything that only leaves you feeling anxious without offering any real value, do not let it get to you. You don't have to listen to everything you read. No one has the right to plant unnecessary fears in your heart and then walk away as if it's not their concern. What I want you to understand is this. You deserve to receive information that is sincere, kind, and truly supportive, information that helps you move forward rather than sends you into panic before turning its back on you. And at this moment, there is absolutely no need to be afraid that something terrible is happening on the other side that you don't yet know about. What you should be placing your trust in is your own journey, the quiet resilience growing in your heart, and everything you are steadily building toward your future. I want to make it very clear that I'm not criticizing everyone who does business. What I'm speaking about here are those who specialize in stirring up other people's anxiety and then walking away without giving a single piece of guidance or solution. If someone makes you feel insecure and then leaves you alone with that feeling, I'm sorry, but I truly believe that is an irresponsible act. I have no objection to those who provide warnings or difficult truths as long as they also offer solutions, practical suggestions to help you move forward. That I fully respect. But those who simply amplify fear and stop there, I cannot agree with that at all. If you have the nerve to make someone feel unsettled, then at the very least, you must take responsibility and help them find a way through it. That is what integrity looks like. You don't need to concern yourself with anything that brings only anxiety without taking any responsibility for it. Let all that noise, those scraps of negativity, go. Because, in the end, anything that only brings you pain without offering a direction, a path to growth, was never worth your attention in the first place. If someone enjoys consuming negative content, that's their choice. But you're different. You deserve to choose what brings you peace, strength, and light. You have every right, and you deserve to be protected from that kind of harmful noise.
And I wholeheartedly stand by this.
If you're someone who finds power in challenge, someone who gets fired up by bold words and uses them as fuel to ignite your inner strength, then that's simply a matter of personal resonance, and that's perfectly okay. But if those words, that kind of energy, only leave you wounded, if they break your heart instead of awakening your courage, then let me tell you this. You absolutely do not need that kind of information in your life. You are not required to hold on to anything that only causes pain without helping you grow or heal. Because things like that were never meant to bring real value to your life. I sense that perhaps you've endured many thoughtless words, careless actions, and harsh messages that have wounded you. That might be why you're carrying so much fear now. Those worries that things might fall apart, that all your hopes might collapse. I can feel that deeply. The appearance of the reversed Three of Swords reflects this emotional thread perfectly. It shows that you've been hurt, many wounds to your heart, perhaps from social media, from cold comments, from aggressive posts, or from reckless words spoken without thought. Maybe those people believed they were waking you up, but the truth is, if they truly wanted to help, they would have also shown you a way forward. They wouldn't have just stabbed you where it hurts, and then walked away. Those who truly care, even when they must speak hard truths, always offer a way out. They always leave behind a door of hope. And if they don't, then in my eyes, they are simply inflicting harm and walking away without any sense of responsibility. So please remember this. You are not obligated to accept everything thrown at you. You have the right to choose. You have the right to reject anything that only makes your heart bleed and offers nothing in return but anxiety. And you have every right to embrace only what makes your heart stronger, more hopeful, and more trusting. You deserve to be protected from meaningless pain. That's why I want to emphasize this. You absolutely do not have to let irresponsible words continue to hurt you. If you've been wounded by such words in the past, that does not mean you're weak or wrong. There is nothing wrong with feeling anxious or unconsciously fearing that things might take a turn for the worse. That's simply the result of being hurt too many times. All of those insecurities are not your fault. If there is any fault, it lies with those who carelessly speak words that harm others. If your current concern involves a particular person or a company, I can also clearly see that the other party may have occasionally sent out vague or misleading signals, behavior that resembles psychological games, which led to misunderstandings. It might be a tactic to draw attention, provoke curiosity, or simply to elevate their own image, like when a company boasts, "We're also working with many other partners," just to appear more desirable. However, whether it's coming from the individual or the organization, the core truth remains the same. There is nothing inherently negative or threatening happening beneath the surface. I have drawn the cards very carefully, and the message has been consistent and clear. Those confusing signals are just surface-level performance, attempts to project value, not signs that something has ended or that you've been pushed away. If you were hurt by that kind of ambiguity, let me remind you once more, it is not your fault. You have every right to feel hurt, every right to feel exhausted from dealing with that kind of behavior. But from this moment on, you no longer need to let unclear messages affect your heart. You have every right to trust in the truth that what truly belongs to you, what is genuinely good and meant for you, will not vanish just because of some confusing signals. You are far stronger than you realize, and you are walking a path that is leading you toward what your heart truly deserves. Grow beyond this. Honestly, you do not need to waste any more energy on these shallow mind games or psychological tests. Your time is precious. Time is money. There is absolutely no reason for you to waste it on meaningless distractions like these. That's why I sense so clearly now that everything around you is beginning to shift. Whether it's the person you're asking about, the people in your environment, or even within yourself, you are no longer someone who can be easily drawn into unhealthy games. You are building a stronger protective barrier around your heart, one that keeps hurtful actions and harmful information from reaching you the way they once did. This is the very rebirth the cards are speaking of. You are stepping into a period of transformation. Everything around you, your relationships, your environment, even the old, damaging ways of communication, is gradually evolving alongside you. From now on, especially over the next 4 months, and particularly by July, or the third month from when you're watching this reading, you will begin to feel a distinct shift. That will be the moment when you can finally exhale and think to yourself, at last, things have truly changed in the way I've always hoped. Your heart will feel lighter, freer, no longer burdened like before. You are on your way out of the old cycles of pain, and ahead lies a wide, open sky made just for you. Nothing can stop that anymore. So all the things you've endured until now, the meaningless noise from social media, the manipulative tactics, the psychological games from others, whether from someone specific or your surrounding environment, those things like trash are beginning to disappear.
Why?
Because the time has come for them to exit your life. As I've been saying throughout this reading, a process of collapse and rebirth is unfolding. If the subject of your question is a person or a company, know that even within them, significant inner changes are taking place. They're starting to realize that their careless words, manipulative behavior, and emotional games have brought nothing good. It's time for them to face the consequences and reflect on themselves. That's why the overall energy clearly indicates that change is underway. And this change isn't just talk, it is being driven from within. Old structures, old patterns, are starting to crumble. And I can also feel that those who chose this reading have gone through deep emotional wounds. Perhaps your heart has been pierced many times by thoughtless words, whether from someone who simply wanted to get your attention, or from a seemingly harmless comment in a professional setting. No matter the form it took, I know your heart has tightened with pain again and again, asking, why did they say that? What did I do wrong? It has been deeply painful. You've endured far more than anyone should have to. But this time, real change is coming. I can say that with certainty. If at this very moment you look around and think, isn't everything still the same? Nothing seems to have changed. That's completely valid. That feeling is not wrong at all. Because all significant change takes time before it becomes visible on the surface. What I want you to understand is this. The transformation has already begun. It's just unfolding beneath the surface for now, quietly but powerfully. And before long, you'll see it with your own eyes. Everything you've endured, everything you've waited for with such patience, will be rewarded in full. So even if you feel that nothing seems to have shifted yet, you don't need to deny that feeling. Your perceptions are valid and deserve respect. But rest assured, true change is already in motion. What I sincerely want you to know is this. You have come through an incredibly difficult chapter, but from now on, you'll be okay. You've shown such resilience. The wounds in your heart are gradually healing. The appearance of the reversed Three of Swords in the present confirms this clearly. The old pains are being mended. And now, from that foundation, I'm going to look into the next 4 months ahead of you. First, in this current month, whether you're asking about a specific person, your surrounding environment, or the negative information that once overwhelmed you, everything is beginning to shift. The appearance of the tree card carries deep meaning. The tree represents growth and development, but here it also signifies this. Unhealthy roots, toxic energies, are being recognized and are beginning to be cleansed. Even those who once emitted such negativity, whether it's the person you're asking about, people in your work environment, or those who once posted harmful content online, they too are starting to realize that continuing down the same path will only make things worse. Because of this, they are now entering a phase of awareness and transformation. Whether they're changing for their own sake or simply to avoid further self-destruction, the essence remains the same. The flow of energy has shifted. I can feel it very clearly. They are beginning to understand that manipulative behavior, vague words, and hurtful actions have brought them nothing of value. And you, the one who has endured so much pain, are moving forward with a heart that is being healed and strengthened day by day. So from this month onward, you will begin to feel these changes more tangibly. Even if, at first, it comes only as small signs, they will become clearer and more solid as time goes on. This also holds true if your question is about another person. Beginning next month, the undercurrents will become increasingly visible. The cards show quite clearly that something is truly unfolding beneath the surface, even if, on the outside, nothing seems to have changed just yet. For instance, if you're asking about a specific person or those around you, it's very likely that, within their internal environment, such as within their company or family, there are currently intense discussions, clashes in perspective, and a growing realization. We can't go on like this. Something must change. If you're watching this reading about a complicated relationship, it's possible that, on the other side, serious conversations about changing their circumstances or surroundings have already begun. If this person is under pressure from a toxic family or trapped in a harmful work environment, it's very likely that they've started to say it out loud. I can't continue like this, or I have to make a change. I'm going to walk away. All of this is taking place quietly, under the surface, in places your eyes can't yet reach. But it is happening. The cards strongly emphasize that this current of change began in May and will continue to gain momentum through the following month. And then, from the third month onward, a new path will begin to reveal itself more clearly. For those of you watching this reading in real time between April and July, this would fall around June or July. For those tuning in later, simply take your current month as the starting point, then count forward month by month to apply the message to your own situation. In other words, significant events will unfold continuously over the next 3 months. And as time passes, it will become increasingly clear. Every effort, every moment of patience, and all the pain you've endured have been leading you to a new path. One that is broader, gentler, and most importantly, meant just for you. Next, the person you're asking about, or the people around you, will begin to pay more attention to you. As they gradually find more stability within themselves, they'll start to turn their gaze toward you, wondering, how are you doing now? What might you be thinking about? If your question involves a specific person, it's very likely that they will try to reconnect with you, perhaps through a casual check-in, a gentle inquiry, or subtle attempts to understand your current situation. If you're not asking about anyone in particular, but rather about your environment, you'll also start noticing positive shifts in the people around you. There will be a new atmosphere. Those who once hurt you, or those who previously drained your energy, will now begin to change in a more harmonious direction. So, will there be any clear actions this month or next? The answer is, subtle changes will take place. While these may not manifest immediately as grand gestures, you'll feel a definite shift in the energy, a quiet but steady movement in the current. And by around June or the third month from the time you're watching this reading, more tangible actions will begin to emerge. These may come in the form of unexpected messages, questions they've never asked before, or gentle, surprising attempts to reconnect. Things like, how have you been lately? What are you up to these days? Subtle signs that they're quietly finding ways to come closer again. Let me reassure you once more. This month and the next are not empty. The flow is already in motion. It just hasn't yet taken shape as bold, visible actions. But you will begin to sense clear, unmistakable signals that everything is entering a phase of real transformation. To be even more certain, I continued drawing cards to ask specifically, what exactly will happen for you during this month and the next? How is this change beginning to take form? The answer was clear. You can absolutely be at ease. The fish card appeared, indicating that energy is now moving fluidly and freely. Although I previously mentioned that significant, visible changes would likely come around June or the third month from now, in reality, the earliest signs of transformation will begin appearing even sooner, starting as early as mid-May. Starting from mid-May, signs will become increasingly clear that either the person in question or the environment around you is beginning to pay more attention to you, taking notice of your emotions, your state of being, and your presence. If your reading involves a specific person, it's likely that they will begin observing you more closely, reaching out in subtle ways, or taking gentle actions to understand how you're doing. As for the current month, regardless of when you happen to be watching this, you are entering a relatively peaceful and stable phase. The cards indicate that your emotional state will be more at ease. You'll be able to enjoy small pleasures in your everyday life, and there will be very few moments of inner turmoil or heightened stress as you may have experienced in the past. There will be no major disruptions, no events that overwhelm you with worry. Everything is progressing naturally, softly, but with strong momentum beneath the surface. Overall, the timeline revealed through the cards unfolds like this. Current month, stability and comfort. You won't be bothered by external forces or people. This is a time when you can peacefully enjoy your life. From mid-next month onward, the signals of interest or attention, whether from someone specific or from your environment, will start becoming more visible. Around the third month from now, or in June for those watching in real time, tangible actions will begin to take place. Questions, gentle outreach, or subtle attempts to reconnect and approach you. The fourth month, or July, this is the moment when you will begin to clearly witness the outcome of what you've been waiting for. A significant shift will become undeniably apparent. With this steady rhythm, you can feel confident that everything is unfolding in a way that is not only beautiful, but lasting, designed just for you. There's no need to rush, and certainly no need to worry. Everything is moving in the right direction. At this pivotal moment, The fourth month, or July depending on when you're watching, there will be a highly noticeable event. The cards reveal this with clarity. The ring and the star appear together. This carries two deeply positive meanings. First, if you're asking about a complex romantic relationship, for instance, if both of you have your own personal circumstances, are bound by other connections, or are dealing with legal matters, this period may mark a pivotal turning point. It's highly likely that the two of you will be able to discuss the future in earnest, or even formalize a commitment that previously felt out of reach. Second, if your question involves career, work, or partnerships, this is the time when an official contract or a genuine offer of collaboration will be made. All the internal adjustments and discussions that have taken place behind the scenes will come to a conclusion, opening the door to a concrete opportunity just for you. These are extraordinarily fortunate developments, significant, and filled with real value. The cards clearly affirm that this event is not vague or abstract. It is specific and unmistakable. To better understand how your emotional state will evolve throughout the next 4 months, I also drew cards reflecting your inner experience. In the first month, which is the present, you will feel calm and stable. Your spirit will be relaxed and light, unbothered by external stress or emotional turbulence. In the second month, subtle signals from the person you're thinking of, or from your surrounding environment, will bring a sense of quiet curiosity and anticipation. But for the most part, you'll remain in a state of calm observation and gentle openness. In the third month, as clearer actions begin to emerge, you'll feel that your patience has been rewarded. Your emotional energy will lift with a noticeable sense of excitement and clarity. By the fourth month, when the long-awaited event finally unfolds, whether it's a contract, a promise, or a mutual agreement, you'll feel deeply grounded, genuinely happy, and freed from the lingering worries that once weighed on you. I know I've said it many times already, but I want to emphasize this again. This is not a case of nothing is happening. Every step, every small sign, is steadily guiding you toward this outcome with unwavering certainty. In summary, you are moving closer to receiving the beautiful rewards you truly deserve. The current flow is gentle, steady, and entirely in your favor. All you need to do is trust it and continue walking with calm assurance. In this first month, the image on the card shows you holding a talisman, which gives me the strong impression that you are deeply protected and have every reason to feel secure. Rather than feeling guarded or anxious, you appear confident, relaxed, and open to the transformations unfolding around you. Positive news or uplifting opportunities may begin to appear, or at the very least, clear and gentle signals will arrive, enough to soothe and calm your heart. For example, you may receive good news, enjoy the kind of lighthearted conversations you've long hoped for, or experience small but joyful events in your daily life. All of this will help your mood become more pleasant, more fulfilled. The things that once triggered your anxiety will begin to fade, and a quiet, grounded peace will take their place. Moreover, since both the people around you and the person you're asking about are now recognizing the need to change, the energy surrounding you will also grow significantly more positive. As you enter the second month, your emotional state will settle into a beautifully balanced, steady, and neutral rhythm. You'll no longer feel the need to force anything, nor will you be plagued by worry or sadness. You'll simply enjoy your daily life in a soft, grounded way. It's a deeply peaceful neutral zone, free from pressure or tension, just the kind of tranquility you truly deserve. In the third month, as mentioned earlier, the other person or your environment will begin to actively reach out to you in more noticeable ways. In fact, the first signs of this may begin in the second month, but what's most beautiful is that no matter how they approach you, whether through a message, an inquiry, or a subtle gesture, you'll remain completely composed and unaffected. You won't be swept up in their movement. You won't let it unbalance you. Instead, you'll respond with a calm, effortless grace, something like, "Oh, is that so? I see." Meeting everything with gentle awareness and natural ease. Moving into the third month, as they draw even closer and become more proactive, you continue to maintain that remarkable composure. You might even find yourself thinking, "Oh, they're asking again? That's fine. I suppose they've got something in mind. Let's just see where this goes." You remain completely in control of the situation, untouched by anything they say or do. This is an incredibly good sign because it means you now clearly understand that you should no longer allow yourself to be pressured or led by anyone else. You've reached a point of calm detachment, no longer easily influenced. Then, in the fourth month, around July, or the fourth month from the time you're watching this reading, this is when they will finally approach you with a clear offer, a commitment, a contract, or at the very least, a serious conversation about the future. You will receive this with admirable calmness. Still, I can see that deep down, you'll feel happy, just a little shy and quietly delighted. It's not that you're indifferent. Rather, your happiness will come in a gentle, subtle wave. It's the kind of joy that says, "Ah, so they've finally decided to speak clearly. That's nice." And at the same time, you'll find yourself thinking, so what should I do now? This really is a concrete proposal about the future. Maybe it's worth considering. What I feel very strongly about this stage is that you are the one holding all the cards. You have full autonomy to decide how you want things to proceed. By then, you will be in a state of absolute comfort, confidence, and control. You will know, with full clarity, that you are no longer at the mercy of anyone else's decisions. And truly, you deserve to stand in that position. At this point, you can smile, softly, confidently, and claim full ownership of your path. Overall, starting from next month, you will hardly be shaken by anything anymore. In truth, you've already been in a stable place for some time, but from the fourth month onward, you will move beyond mere stability. You'll reach a state of deep, unwavering clarity, calm, confident, and peacefully empowered. Though I've spent time analyzing the 4-month arc in detail, now I'd like to take you just a little further, zooming out to see what lies beyond. The most wonderful part is this. When I asked specifically about you, your energy, your direction, the card that came up immediately was the Ten of Cups. This is a card of deep emotional fulfillment, of lasting joy, of true happiness. The deck I'm using doesn't distinguish between upright or reversed positions, but this card showed itself in its most luminous form, radiating positivity, abundance, and harmony. Everything ahead is not just hopeful, it's beautifully, completely aligned. Previously, I mentioned that when asking about your surroundings or a specific person of interest, the Ten of Cups appeared in reverse, indicating that the structure or situation around you is undergoing a necessary transformation, a shift meant to lead you toward the happiness you truly desire. And now, when I focus directly on you, the Ten of Cups appears instantly and in its most positive, upright form. This is a clear affirmation that everything is finally moving in the direction your heart has longed for. It's likely that many of you drawn to this reading are currently focused on matters of the heart. The Ten of Cups often speaks of emotional fulfillment within relationships, a deeply rooted connection in love, or at the very least, a future grounded in emotional harmony and stability. You are heading toward a chapter where your heart will genuinely feel at peace, content. The worries that used to haunt you, the old wounds, the unspoken fears, they will all dissolve completely. But this is not the result of luck, nor is it some gift that has fallen from the sky. This is the well-deserved outcome of your perseverance, your resilience, and above all, your strength throughout everything you've faced. There are no more trials to overcome. This is not the kind of message that urges you to fight harder or to be even stronger. You've already passed the most difficult parts. From here on, your only task is to receive what's yours and move forward with ease and grace. So whether your focus is on love, career, or any other area of life, it's all leading you to the place you've been dreaming of. The Ten of Cups is the most beautiful proof of that. You are entirely worthy of this happiness. Of course, this doesn't mean the reading only applies if you're asking about love. But I clearly see within the imagery of this card a couple, two people who are united. So if you are looking toward building a future with someone, this is an unmistakable sign that such a future is indeed unfolding. And I sense it very vividly. The vision here is simple, serene, and so stable that there's nothing left to fear. A peaceful life, complete emotional security, is what awaits you. The appearance of the Seven of Pentacles alongside the Ten of Cups reinforces this even further. Beyond its traditional meaning of patience, stability, and the fruits of long effort, the imagery of this card speaks directly to a life of calm, gentle fulfillment. You are at ease, enjoying a life that is simple, soft, and free of unnecessary concern. Once again, the Ten of Cups confirms the message of emotional harmony, lasting happiness, and fulfillment. And what's especially significant is the clear appearance of the number 7, perfectly aligned with the repeated message I've emphasized throughout this reading. July is a defining moment for you. It marks the true turning point, the beginning of the most important and transformative phase in your journey. To be completely honest, I can clearly see that you will achieve what your heart longs for, even if, at this moment, it still feels difficult or far out of reach. The appearance of the Ten of Cups at this exact point in time is no coincidence. That's why I have every confidence that you will arrive at the happiness you're moving toward. No matter how impossible it may seem right now, or how often you've told yourself, I can't do this, I'm here to affirm, you will. This is the message the entire reading is guiding you to understand. By around July or the fourth month from now, all the things you currently see as too hard, too far, too overwhelming, those very things will begin to dissolve, clearly and completely. And the most wonderful part is, this shift won't be fleeting or made up of empty words. It's going to be long-lasting, deeply fulfilling, and genuinely trustworthy. That's the powerful meaning behind the Ten of Cups. Not just happiness, but true happiness. Not a passing relief, but a grounded, enduring sense of fulfillment. I feel with absolute clarity that this joy is coming very close now. This isn't about just hang in there, and maybe it'll happen. This is a firm, definite knowing. You will get there. You will overcome every shadow of doubt and arrive at that happiness through your own strength, your own path. And for that reason, the most important thing right now is this. You no longer need to give your energy to negative messages, baseless rumors, or any of the noise coming from social media or the outside world. Don't let yourself be thrown off course or distracted by those things anymore. And let me be clear, this isn't about forcing yourself to be strong or resist negativity. You don't even need to engage with it. You simply no longer need to receive it at all. You don't need to fight it. You don't need to brace yourself against it. You can just let it go, gently, easily. Just remember this one simple truth. Any piece of information that makes you feel worse, that leaves you uneasy, distressed, or disheartened, that is not information meant for you. That's your clearest signal to know what to keep and what to let go. So release it. Don't waste a single ounce of your energy on it. You are entirely worthy of the peace and happiness that are now on their way to you. You will make it. And that is the message this reading is powerfully, unwaveringly affirming to you now. The reason I'm saying all of this is not because I believe you should only seek out sweet, pleasant, or comforting information. Not at all. Even when the message is firm or delivered with tough love, truly helpful information that comes from someone who genuinely cares, will always include a clear solution to your problem. This is not a matter of whether the information is free or paid. There are professionals who offer their expertise or services through paid platforms, and that is neither wrong nor harmful. Whether it costs money or not, valuable information, real guidance, must always come with something concrete. The key word here is concrete. After reading it, you should be able to say, so that's what it is. Now I know what to do next. Or that's great. This information gives me a clear direction. That is the kind of information worth your attention. On the other hand, if what you're reading only offers vague, unsettling messages that leave you confused and never provides any real, actionable guidance, then it is certainly not what you need. For example, there are those types of content that keep leading you to click next over and over, even 10 steps deep, and still give you nothing specific. No answer. If you keep engaging with that kind of content, it will only make you more anxious and possibly waste your money in the process. Of course, if you're someone who doesn't mind paying for that kind of experience, then maybe it's still okay for you. That, again, comes down to a matter of personal values. This is why the most important thing here is to stay attuned to how you feel. If the information you receive doesn't create pressure, but instead helps you see things more clearly and offers a practical way forward, then yes, that is the kind of information that resonates with you. It's not about what's right or wrong. It's about whether or not it aligns with you. Conversely, if something simply throws you into confusion, stirs up anxiety, or if the person sharing it is just feeding fear without taking any responsibility or offering solutions, then you are completely free to dismiss it. You owe it no attention whatsoever. That type of content isn't worth your energy. And I'm not saying this in a restrictive way. I'm not telling you, you must not look at that. Or don't read it. Absolutely not. You might see it.
You might even read it by chance. And that's perfectly fine. What I mean is that you don't need to engage with it. You don't need to take it to heart. You don't need to absorb it because, quite simply, you and that kind of content are not on the same level. Imagine it like this. You're studying advanced mathematics, while those confusing, baseless pieces of information are no different from someone insisting that 1 + 1 = 0. Would you waste your time arguing with that? Of course not. There's no point debating nonsense. You simply continue focusing on what's accurate, meaningful, and truly beneficial to your growth. So remember this. Anytime you encounter information that makes you feel uneasy, stressed, or anxious, you don't need to force yourself to endure it. There's absolutely no reason to tolerate anything that disrupts your peace. Just let it pass. Don't engage. Don't react. And even if you happen to come across such information, it's perfectly okay. Don't fall into the trap of thinking, "Oh no, I've seen it again. What should I do? I was told not to look at this." It's really not a big deal. You saw it, that's all. What matters is that you don't let it affect your emotional state. You can simply remind yourself, here's that kind of content again. But I don't need to pay it any mind anymore. And that's enough. That's all you need to do. As long as it doesn't influence your emotional balance, that's what truly matters. You are already on the right path. Just keep moving forward gently and steadily. Exactly. Hold on to this mindset. You no longer need to give energy to those things. Just let them go with ease. But even if you do get pulled in for a moment, if you engage with it unintentionally, or if you absorb some of it without meaning to, it's still okay. If it happens, just tell yourself calmly, I slipped this time. That's all right. I'll pay less attention next time. That's all it takes. There's no need to scold yourself, no need to resist or force yourself to avoid everything completely. For example, if you accidentally read something negative or find yourself caught in a pressure-filled conversation, it's okay. Just acknowledge it gently. Yes, I did it again. Yes, I got hurt this time. But it's all right. Next time, I'll let it pass. And that's more than enough. Because little by little, you'll naturally build a kind of immunity to things like that. There's no need to stress yourself out with strict rules like, I must never do this, or I absolutely have to do that. You don't need to go to such extremes. Just allow everything to unfold naturally, and you'll see that you'll become lighter, more centered, and far less affected by meaningless noise. Truly. And the time will come when you no longer even notice those useless conversations or pressure-laden comments from others. All that posturing, those ego-driven exchanges, the interactions that try to bring you down, they will simply disappear from your life in the most natural way possible. So trust in this. No matter what you've done, what you've read, or what you may have stumbled upon, everything is truly okay. There is absolutely no need to blame yourself. Because in time, you'll naturally shift into a state where those things no longer hold any power over you. And when that happens, you'll feel a profound sense of peace and clarity, as if none of it ever mattered in the first place. That is the true message this tarot reading wants to bring you. The discomfort, the hurtful words, the meaningless noise, they will begin to fade from your life. And I'm not saying this just because the cards are turning out beautifully today. Based on everything I've read and analyzed so far, I can genuinely feel that these things will naturally fall away. And not only that, if, by chance, you still find yourself momentarily drawn into them or reading them again, little by little, they'll lose their impact. They'll stop bothering you entirely. Because your environment will shift in such a positive direction that you'll no longer be affected or wounded by such things. I truly believe this is the most important message the entire reading is offering you. If you've ever been hurt by something you read online, weighed down by careless words, or frustrated by conversations that went nowhere, then know this. You are about to be set free. Once again, I want to emphasize, even if you happen to engage with those things again, even unintentionally, please don't blame yourself. Because the time is coming when none of it will matter to you anymore. That is certain. You can rest assured. Now, before closing this reading, I want to draw one final card to offer a clearer sign of the blessings that are on their way to you, a symbol that everything I've shared here is beginning to take form in your reality. Since the 10 of Cups and the number 7 have shown up with such power and clarity today, I'll use the same deck to draw this last sign for you. When you see this sign appear in your life, whisper to yourself, asterisk, there it is. This is the sign that Cami Tarot spoke of the other day, asterisk. And even if you've already come across it before, that's perfectly fine too. You can see it as one more affirmation, another confirmation from the universe, that the goodness you've been waiting for is truly about to arrive. Now, I've drawn the card representing your sign of good fortune, and it is the cloud. This symbol speaks of something you cannot yet see clearly, something beautiful that is still partially hidden from your view. But rest assured, it is drawing closer and will soon become unmistakably visible. When you happen to see clouds, whether in real life, in art, in photographs, on social media, or in the smallest corners of your day-to-day world, take it as a sign. The goodness this reading speaks of is already near. It's simply being veiled for now, but it's about to reveal itself fully and clearly. Remember this sign well, cloud. It is a deeply significant symbol, marking a powerful shift and the arrival of something wonderful in your life. The message of this reading has been very clear. Things are happening beneath the surface. What you're seeking hasn't yet appeared before your eyes, not because it isn't there, but because it is still taking form. This card reinforces that truth. What's meant for you is still hidden, still forming, but not far at all. To clarify the symbol even more, imagine creatures that naturally dwell beneath the earth or water. Think of a sea eel buried beneath the sand in an aquarium. You don't see a thing until it rises up, and suddenly, it's right there. Or a chameleon blending into the leaves. At a glance, it's invisible, but with just a little attention, you realize it's been there all along. This sign carries the same meaning. It represents what's camouflaged, hidden, or merged with your surroundings, those things you may not immediately recognize. Perhaps it's an image of a figure partially hidden behind a cloud, or anything that gives the sense of concealment or emergence. When you come across something like this, let it remind you, this is the sign the tarot reading spoke of. It's happening. And now I'll draw one final message, one special message just for you, to gently close this reading. And once again, the cards speak clearly. It's time for you to see. This is the message of the reverse Four of Cups, a card that already appeared earlier in your near-future spread. Its reappearance now, in perfect harmony with the image of the cloud, confirms that you are about to recognize something deeply important, something that has always been right in front of you, yet somehow hidden or overlooked until now. The moment of clarity is drawing very near. That is the most powerful and essential message this reading has for you today. It's truly beautiful. Once again, the cards emphasize, in the near future, you will truly see. It is already so close to you. The moment you recognize the shift in the current, the moment you receive it fully, that moment is coming. And just as mentioned earlier, the timeline of 4 months is key. That is, around July if you are watching this in April. If you're watching at a different time, simply count forward 4 months from today. That's when it all begins to reveal itself. Even the Four of Cups is once again emphasizing that you will come to realize everything at the right time. What a beautiful coincidence. It feels as though everything is being arranged for you to see it clearly. That's why there's no need to try so hard. As mentioned earlier, you don't have to strain yourself thinking you must do this or that. Everything is already naturally unfolding in a positive direction on its own. The only thing you need to do now is to let go. You don't have to force yourself to stay positive all the time, nor do you need to control everything. All you need to do is trust the natural flow that is arriving for you. Everything you need will reveal itself in due time. Just maintain a relaxed, neutral state. Something like, so that's how it is. I see. A gentle realization without having to carry any burden on your shoulders. And I can sense that your growing neutrality is, in fact, a clear sign of how much you've matured. You're no longer easily shaken by empty words or meaningless noise. You've walked a long road, endured countless wounds, and now, you're strong enough to smile calmly through it all. Truly, this marks a beautiful ending to a meaningful journey. You've come a long way, and ahead of you, light is waiting. So feel free to embrace it with peace of mind. So even if people around you say something, or someone approaches you saying, let's work together, you'll simply feel, I see. So it's come at this time, huh? Or perhaps, oh, they're inviting me now, they want to sign a contract with me, they want to build a bond with me. And you'll receive all of it with complete calm. I can sense that you will truly reach that state. Therefore, of course, you don't need to feel pressured or forced in any way. If there's any part of this reading that resonates with you, feel free to take what you need. That alone is enough. This time, the theme for those who chose pile 2 is very clear. The energy of an undercurrent flowing beneath the surface. Even toward the end, the image of water and realization continues to repeat. Because of that, if you wish to harmonize more deeply with this message, I suggest a small exercise. Choose a symbol that represents what you desire, whether it's about love, marriage, career, or finances, and place a cloud symbol next to it. Then, choose another symbol to represent yourself and place it nearby as well. That's all you need to do. No need to think further. Whether it's a human figure or even a dolphin, if you happen to like dolphins, that's perfectly fine. Just choose 3 symbols. One for what you desire, one cloud, and one for yourself. Then place what you desire next to the cloud and yourself. This will form a small picture that represents the message of this reading. Even if a cloud seems to separate you from what you long for, the truth is, it's right beside you, just one step away. Of course, Whether you choose to carry out this practice or not is entirely up to you. As I've mentioned before, in this world, though calling it a world may sound vast, in this reality, whether it's tarot, information, or anything else, how we use these things is entirely our own freedom. We do not exist to be manipulated by such information. Rather, we use it as material to enrich our lives, to make life more pleasant and meaningful. Information is not meant to hurt you. If you come across something that causes you pain, you are completely free to ignore it. And if you can't dismiss it right away, don't blame yourself, because in time, it will naturally lose its hold over you. And even if you've already been affected, that's okay too. Just let it be. You will eventually move past it on your own. No matter what, it's all okay. Whether you choose to engage with something or not, your life isn't going to fall apart because of that choice. What truly matters is that you have full authority to use all of this information however you wish. Even if someone out there seems incredibly skilled or says things that sound impressive, you are never obligated to accept it all. You absolutely have the right to choose only what resonates with you. No matter how accomplished that person may be, it doesn't matter. You are the one who decides. If something doesn't feel right or suitable for you, you're free not to use it. That applies to everything I've said here as well. If something feels right for you, take it and use it. If it doesn't, simply let it go. You were not born to be wounded by words or ideas. All information exists for you to use, for your benefit, to serve your life. You are the protagonist of your own story. So no matter what grand things others may say, even what I say, you have every right to think, well, this doesn't feel good to me, so I'll pass, and that is absolutely valid. You have that right. So be confident in selecting only what truly speaks to you, and use it in your own way. And for the things you don't understand, you don't need to concern yourself with them either. Even if you happen to dwell on them for a while, there will come a time when you naturally stop caring, because you're already moving toward that stage. It's not about forcing yourself not to care, not to look, not to buy, not to listen. It's nothing like that. It's simply that, without effort, you'll no longer be affected by those things. You're entering that space now, so rest assured. Everything is already in motion. As for why you're heading down this path, well, I've already spoken at length about it. If you feel curious, you can revisit those thoughts, or simply keep what you find meaningful. That alone is enough. Just do things in the way that brings you the most ease. So even if you happen to come across something meaningless or feel uncomfortable for a moment, that's perfectly okay. You are under no obligation to absorb those things, and even if you've unintentionally seen or heard them, it's not something bad or unforgivable. Everything can still shift. In the days ahead, you will begin to focus only on what truly matters to you, freely choosing what you enjoy, and stepping into a phase of life that feels far more pleasant and light. People around you, as well as the flow of circumstances, will also begin to shift in a more positive direction. Everything is gradually aligning to help you live more comfortably. So please, feel at ease in welcoming the future that awaits you. With that, I'll conclude the reading for those who chose Pile 2. If you enjoyed this message, don't forget to click like and subscribe to support the channel. Your encouragement is a powerful source of motivation for me to continue creating more heartfelt readings. And if any part of today's message touched your heart, feel free to leave a comment, or even just a small symbol, so I know that the message truly resonated with you. I genuinely appreciate every response, and I always look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you for staying with me until the end of the video. I look forward to seeing you again in the next readings. Hello to everyone who chose Pile 3. Thank you for waiting. Now, I will begin the reading for those of you who selected the third pile. I hope that this reading brings you healing, new insights, and moments filled with love. The theme for today is what is happening beneath the surface and the moment it comes to light. Let's begin the reading. It's truly remarkable how this reading aligns so perfectly with the theme of the deep, underwater current. The final outcome card is the Eight of Wands, which signals a rapid and powerful shift about to take place. When the Eight of Wands appears in the position of the future or the result, it suggests that although things may seem still or unclear right now, there will soon be a sudden and significant movement. So, just by looking at this final card alone, I can already say with certainty, a surprising turning point is heading your way. Your choice has shown itself very clearly through this reading. All of the cards, except the final one, depict characters who are hesitating or weighing options. I sense that many of you are standing at a major crossroads in your life. Should I move forward or not? Should I begin this journey, or remain where I am? These questions seem to be deeply influencing your current energy. Moreover, The card that jumped out while shuffling was the Eight of Swords, which only reinforces this feeling. You are torn between action and inaction, between continuing onward or coming to a halt. As for your present situation, the Nine of Wands has appeared. This card carries the message that you are prepared, yet still burdened with anxiety and fear. You're unsure whether to take the next step forward. Despite being ready in many ways, there remains a lingering sense of unease, a lack of full confidence. Looking back at your past, we have the Knight of Cups appearing upright. This shows that you have faced what happened with sincerity and heart, whether in love, career, dreams, or something deeply personal. You acted from a place of genuine emotion. You offered your feelings, your efforts, and your hopes with a pure heart, whether for someone else or for your own ideals. Everything you've done came from a place of honest dedication. That's why I want to say clearly, even if you now feel unrecognized or uncertain about yourself, you absolutely deserve to feel proud of what you've done. You've been resilient and true throughout your journey. You have every right to stand tall and honor your efforts. Now, looking at the overall picture, the Ten of Swords has appeared. I sense that you're currently caught in confusion, unsure whether to move forward. This may stem from a recent emotional wound. Perhaps someone made a hurtful comment or expressed harsh criticism, causing you to question whether the path you're on is truly the right one. These painful words may have shaken your sense of direction and left you feeling vulnerable. However, one important point to keep in mind is this. In the imagery of the Ten of Swords card, the swords are not piercing the real body of the figure. They're embedded in a stuffed animal. This means that you, the true self, have not been truly wounded. Even though those harsh words or painful events may have taken place, they do not have the power to change your destiny or cause any real damage to your future. Additionally, this card also symbolizes the dawn after a long night. It means you are very close to the moment of emerging from pain and stepping out of the shadows of fear and sorrow. Even if you're still feeling heavy or worried right now, the light has already begun to break on the horizon. I feel clearly that what's happening right now isn't meant to stop you, but gently push you forward. It's like a subtle nudge from behind, a sign that it's truly time for you to step out of the old phase and into a new chapter of your life. I sense that you are being naturally guided toward the path that aligns with what you genuinely want to do. Looking at the card representing the other party or the external environment, which could be a person you're thinking about, a company, or people involved, there is a very clear sign, the Ace of Swords in the upright position. This indicates that the other side has made a clear and decisive choice. They are no longer uncertain or hesitant. If you're watching this reading with someone specific in mind, it's highly likely that this person has internally decided they want to collaborate with you on something. If this is about a friendship, it could mean they've resolved to maintain the bond, or that they want to make plans with you, perhaps trips or shared goals. If this is about love, there is a strong possibility that this person is now seriously considering taking the relationship to the next level, or that they have decided to clarify the future between the two of you. Still, this may not be entirely visible to you just yet. At the moment, things might still feel vague or elusive. You may find yourself unsure, as the signals from the other side are still in preparation or remain hidden beneath the surface. To gain more clarity, I will now draw additional cards to explore two aspects in greater depth. 1. What is happening on your side? And 2. What is happening from the side of the other person or the surrounding environment? I'll continue breaking this down in detail to offer you a clearer overall picture. So now I'll draw from the Lenormand deck to add further insight. All Lenormand cards will be read in the upright position. First, on the side of the other person or environment, the Rider card appears. This makes everything very clear. The other side is approaching with strong momentum. They truly have motivation and determination to move forward. That's why, earlier in the tarot reading, the Ace of Swords appeared. And true to the nature of the Ace of Swords, once a decision is made, it doesn't waver easily. More importantly, this is a positive and beneficial form of decisiveness, one that works in your favor. You can feel assured about this. As for your side, the Clouds card has appeared. This reflects a strong sense of anxiety and uncertainty. You may be wondering, is everything really okay? Will things turn out the way I hope? Should I take the next step? These worries and hesitations are still quite present within you. If your situation involves a recent conflict or disagreement with someone, whether in love, work, friendship, or family, you may be worried that it has negatively affected the relationship. But in reality, the other party sees things quite differently. They view that argument as a meaningful step forward, an opportunity for both sides to understand each other better, and because of it, they feel even more determined to move ahead. If no conflict has occurred, then the situation may simply be this: you are feeling uncertain or anxious, while the other person or your surrounding environment is actually very positive, full of determination, and eager to move forward. In other words, this is not a case of conflicting goals, but rather a difference in how each side is perceiving the current situation. The psychological maps of you and the other party are different, but in truth, both sides are heading in the same direction. You can breathe a little easier now. The other person or environment around you is brimming with energy. Their inner voice is saying things like, "All right, let's move forward. Let's give it everything we've got." Or, "It's time to take this relationship to the next level." Meanwhile, you're feeling deeply anxious and unsure. The contrast between both sides is very clear. However, your anxiety is not a result of doing anything wrong. Perhaps in the past, you experienced a shocking event or emotional wounds that now resurface easily, bringing old memories and pain with them. Or maybe someone recently said something that made you question yourself. Am I really on the right path? Should I keep going? And these thoughts have triggered your insecurity. Still, with the Eight of Wands appearing in the future position, it's clear that everything is moving forward swiftly, and you will be carried along by that momentum. Quite naturally, you are being led toward the direction your heart truly desires. In the position of guidance, the Ace of Pentacles appears reversed. This card speaks to how you may be spending a lot of time imagining worst-case scenarios, focusing on what could go wrong, rather than seeing what is actually unfolding. But remember, these fears exist only in your mind. They are not your reality. Here, I want to emphasize, this message does not come from a place of criticism or blame. No one is faulting you for feeling worried. That feeling is completely natural, especially after everything you've been through. It's just that now, the cards want you to recognize that your fear is not the truth. You don't need to punish yourself, and you don't need to force yourself to stop worrying. Simply be aware that whether you worry or not, life's current is still taking you exactly where you're meant to go. Everything will turn out fine. And what I sense here is that, in the near future, even though the overall flow of events is moving in a very positive direction, as seen through the fast-paced energy of the Eight of Wands, the appearance of the reverse Two of Cups is something that truly stands out and deserves further attention. If you are watching this reading in relation to your business or career development, the situation may be as follows. Potential clients, partners, or the company you are currently working with are genuinely filled with positivity. They carry a strong spirit of collaboration and a real desire to succeed together with you. However, on your side, there remains a deep-seated worry, a lingering sense of uncertainty, questioning whether everything will truly be all right, or whether you will be fully accepted and recognized. If the topic is love, the interpretation could be that the other person is feeling very determined. They want to reconcile, make peace, and grow the relationship with you. But within yourself, there is hesitation. Your emotions may not yet be in sync, and your heart may not be ready to fully trust just yet. The reversed Two of Cups here does not necessarily signify a separation. Rather, it emphasizes a misalignment in emotional rhythm, a difference in the levels of trust and willingness to open up between you and the other party at this particular time. To gain more clarity, I drew additional cards from the Lenormand deck. The first card to appear was the Child. This is a particularly intriguing sign. The Child card speaks of new beginnings, innocence, vulnerability, and small but meaningful steps forward. Because of that, I drew 2 more cards to read the message as a group of 3, since traditional Lenormand readings often rely on triads for deeper interpretation. As I try to grasp what these cards are conveying, I notice a common theme between the Child card and the Rabbit card. Both point to something new beginning to take form. However, the presence of the reversed Two of Cups alongside these fresh symbols gives rise to a feeling of misalignment, a lack of mutual understanding or resonance. What this suggests is that something very new, filled with potential, is being prepared beneath the surface. Yet, there is not complete harmony between both sides. There is a slight disconnect, not because of ill intentions, but simply due to differing tempos, expectations, or timelines. Then, as I continued to draw, the keyword 1 year later appeared. This led me to feel the following. One side, perhaps the other person, the company, or whoever you are thinking of, has already adopted a long-term vision. They are looking far ahead, considering what may unfold in the coming year, planning for sustainability and longevity. Meanwhile, you, the one watching this reading, might be more focused on the present moment or still feeling overwhelmed by what's happening now, making it difficult to imagine such a distant future. And it is from here that the sense of being out of sync arises, a lack of immediate clarity or alignment in intention. This misalignment does not stem from a lack of affection or negative intentions. It simply reflects that each party is currently in a different psychological stage. So the true meaning of the reversed Two of Cups here is not to suggest that the relationship will fall apart or that the project is destined to fail. Rather, it is a gentle reminder that more time may be needed for both sides to find resonance again. Or perhaps it is you who needs to gradually open your heart and begin to see the bigger picture. Or simply, patience is needed, because what's being built here is not something short-lived, but something intended for a lasting future. To put it briefly, what is unfolding beneath the surface is fundamentally positive. It's just that a bit more time and trust are required before both sides can come into full harmony. If this is about a personal dream of yours, the reading shows a similar dynamic. There's still another side present in this reading. On your end, the energy feels anxious. Questions like, will this really be okay? Or can I trust this? May be running through your mind. Meanwhile, the other party, or the opportunity, is filled with enthusiasm and drive. It even seems that they're thinking far ahead, possibly a whole year into the future. For example, imagine one day the other person suddenly says something about the distant future like, if we ever have kids, I think it would be so joyful. Or, when we go out to eat, it'll be fun like this or that, even though you haven't even officially started dating. In other words, the two of you may still be stuck at step one, such as clarifying the relationship or reconciling after an argument, yet the other person has already jumped ahead to very specific visions of the future. And you might be thinking, wait, what? We haven't even gone on a proper date, or I haven't even said yes to anything yet. It's as if they skipped the middle steps and leaped straight into the distant future. But the key point is this: they are completely serious about what they're saying. They're not joking, and they're not just saying it for fun. They genuinely envision a long-term future with you. To give a non-romantic example, suppose this is a company or a friend. From your perspective, you're still in the discussion stage, maybe figuring out when to go to Disneyland. But the other side is already enthusiastically planning out what you'll do when you get there, before even settling on a date. That's the kind of mismatch we're talking about. Or, in a professional context, the company might be eagerly outlining projects and brainstorming ideas like, we'll do this campaign, we'll launch that product, while from your standpoint you're still thinking, hold on, we haven't even signed the contract yet. That's the energy. A temporary difference in pace and mental readiness. But the important thing is, the other side is genuinely invested and full of sincere excitement. That said, what's important here is this: the other party is genuinely serious. They're not just speaking on a whim. What they're sharing truly reflects their belief that these things can become reality within the next year. In other words, they aren't speaking just to please you. They're full of sincere hope and commitment. However, from your perspective, it may feel more like, that all sounds great, but let's address the concrete steps first. You need certainty, clear plans, and structured progress before moving on to those bigger visions. That's the slight mismatch that could arise in the near future. So, when the other person expresses something sweet or exciting, you might find yourself thinking, wait a second, you just skipped over half the steps. You'll probably want to say, before we jump to that part, can we please sort out the basics first? Still, this is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the deeper meaning of the reversed Two of Cups in the near future might be exactly this. While things may appear slightly out of sync, the essence is still filled with lightheartedness and affection. These are joyful moments, even if a bit lopsided in timing and flow. Naturally, hearing this, you might start to worry, wait, what if this creates misunderstanding or leads to conflict? That's a valid concern, so let's look into it further. I drew a card to explore how you will feel when that moment actually happens. The result? You're smiling, which means you're happy. There's no heaviness or negativity present here. In truth, you feel good, genuinely uplifted. But the sensation represented by the reverse Two of Cups is more like, sure, this is sweet and all, but there are still so many things we need to settle first. It's similar to the feeling of not having chosen which roller coaster to ride yet, while the other person is already excitedly planning what they'll shout once they're on it. So if you're seeking a new connection, or hoping for a relationship to move forward, then yes, just as you wished, very positive signs are on the horizon. However, the pacing between you and the other person may differ a little. You are grounded and practical, while they may be soaring a bit ahead in their mind. For instance, if someone presents you with a new opportunity or makes you an offer, you might respond with something like, sounds great, but first, tell me exactly what steps are involved. I need a proper introduction. Or, if they go on and on about how we'll do this, we'll go there, your thoughts might be, okay, but when exactly are we going? What do I need to prepare? In other words, it may feel a bit unrealistic, lacking the concrete steps that make you feel secure. However, the other person is absolutely serious in their intentions. They are not just saying things for the sake of it. They are genuinely passionate and sincerely want to bring their visions into reality. If these were merely empty words or fleeting promises, then cards such as 1 year from now in the Angel Answers deck, or other cards with grounded, practical implications, would not have appeared. Nor would powerful symbols like the Rider card in the Lenormand deck have shown up. These cards affirm that there is real commitment and determination to make things happen. This isn't just idle talk. That said, it's likely that this person struggles with how to express themselves clearly. Their sequencing of thoughts may be jumbled, or the way they present their ideas might make it hard for the listener to fully grasp their intent. I apologize if this sounds like a criticism, but it's a very palpable feeling. They truly mean well and are full of enthusiasm, but their inability to structure their words often leads to misunderstandings or uneasiness for those receiving the message. Thankfully, because you've encountered this reading beforehand, when that situation actually occurs, you won't feel confused or irritated. You'll likely think, this must be that skipping steps energy the reading mentioned. You'll be able to observe the situation calmly and with full understanding, rather than feeling caught off guard or upset. This is reflected clearly in the card showing the central figure smiling, indicating a light, relaxed emotional state. So there won't be any emotional outbursts or conflict. Instead, you'll likely respond with something like, "All right, but what about the procedure? Can we go over the details?" Composed and centered. If this reading is about someone you have feelings for, the situation might unfold like this. They genuinely want to date you, but instead of confirming a time and place for the first date, they get caught up enthusiastically talking about what to eat, what to do when you're out together, forgetting to actually set a plan. You might find yourself thinking, hey, we need to lock down the time and place first. But it's important to understand that they are not being flaky or unserious. They are just genuinely excited. The same applies to a company or business partner. They really want to work with you. But instead of jumping straight into contract discussions, they're already talking about how wonderful the results of your collaboration will be. In short, whether it's in love or in business, the will to make it happen is very real. It's just that the presentation is a bit chaotic. Even if this involves a friend or someone you've just met, the goodwill from their side is genuine. It's just that they've skipped a step somewhere, leaving you wondering, okay, so how do we fill in this missing piece? But with the Eight of Wands appearing in the final outcome position, I can assure you that nothing will stall or fall through. The Eight of Wands does not show up in situations marked by delay. It signals swift progress, smooth developments, and favorable outcomes arriving faster than expected. So there's no need to worry. Still, to help you feel more at ease, I drew an additional card to offer guidance on how to respond in situations like this, when the other person skips over parts of the process. For example, you might be talking about point A when they suddenly jump to point E, leaving you wondering, wait, what happened to B and C? Here's the advice. The card drawn suggests that it's perfectly okay for you to point out the missing steps. In other words, if you notice that the other person is skipping something important, you can gently but clearly say something like, I get what you're saying, but before that, shouldn't we clarify XYZ first? There's no need to hold back or keep everything to yourself. You can confidently redirect the conversation with tact and intelligence, especially since the current circumstances are favorable and the other person is genuinely serious, not being deceptive or superficial. For example, going back to the earlier scenario, if the other person hasn't even confirmed the date of a meetup but is already enthusiastically talking about what you'll eat, you could lightly respond, that sounds delicious, so where should we go to eat? In doing so, you subtly guide them back to what needs to be decided first, and everything falls into place naturally. If you're dealing with a company or business partner who is eagerly outlining big future plans without completing the formalities, you could politely suggest, the project sounds great. Shall we go ahead and sign the contract first? Or, let's take care of the paperwork so we can get started. Once you take that initiative, they're likely to respond with something like, yes, of course, and naturally return to handling the necessary steps. There's no need to be overly concerned. That said, I understand that some of you may be thinking, but I'm not comfortable being that direct, or I find it hard to take the lead or speak up. And that's completely valid. So, what if you're someone who doesn't feel able to take the initiative in such situations? I drew 2 more cards to address this, and there's a very strong and reassuring message coming through. It's okay. that person will follow through on their promises. So for those who find it difficult to speak up or act assertively, it's truly not a problem.
Why?
Because for those of you who can take initiative, doing so will help things move along faster and more smoothly, and that's great. But if you feel you can't, or simply don't want to, then let it be. That's also perfectly fine. In the end, as the Eight of Wands has made clear, everything will move forward naturally. You don't have to force or push yourself to act. Life's current will carry you where you need to go. It's that kind of flow where you'll look back and say, oh, it just happened on its own in the end. In short, because things are progressing organically, you are free to respond in whichever way makes you feel most comfortable. If you want to ask for clarification, you can. If not, simply let yourself drift with the current. Things will still find their shape and resolution in a positive direction. For example, if you've been worrying about whether the situation will move forward, then suddenly a message will arrive, a notification will come in. If you've been waiting for the results of an application or an exam, you'll receive news that you've passed. No matter what, the current of destiny will arrive, so there's no need for anxiety. In other words, the sensation is very clear. Things will come very quickly, almost in a flash. The time between the near future and the final outcome will practically overlap, unfolding within a very short span. For instance, if something starts in the morning, you might already see the result by that same afternoon. Or, if something is set into motion during the day, a few hours later it may already progress. The energy here is characterized by rapid, unexpected shifts. It's not the kind of situation where something happens today and you have to wait another month for a result. Moreover, the gap between the surrounding cards in the spread is only 2, cards numbered 2 and 4, which further confirms that the time frame involved is extremely short. So now, I'll continue by drawing another card to pinpoint the moment when the things that have been hidden beneath the surface will rise and translate into action. For this, I used the 10 Happy and Fura Happy decks to ask for time-specific guidance. Let's draw 2 more cards. Thunder Sonia has appeared. It seems that for those who chose this pile, there's already been a quiet period of anticipation. You may have been silently wishing for something to happen at a certain time. Maybe you've been thinking, I hope this comes together by this date, or I wish the contract gets signed around that time, or you've simply had a strong feeling that a shift would happen at a particular point. Because this card brings up the keyword prayer, I sense that you've already had a time frame in mind, perhaps unspoken, but firmly held in your heart. Of course, I also understand that some of you may feel unsure about identifying any specific time at all, so I drew an additional card for those who aren't able to pinpoint a moment. And the card that appeared was Ring, a truly wonderful sign. The ring signifies agreements, contracts being signed, trust being established, firm commitments, unresolved issues coming to a close, and above all, receiving something that puts your heart at ease. In short, everything is moving toward a much more reassuring and solid outcome than you might expect. It's genuinely wonderful. Based on the overall energy of this reading, the end of the month looks especially favorable for you. Overall, the final days of the month, or specific dates like the 25th, 27th, and 28th, stand out as particularly auspicious. In addition, the numbers 7 and 8 also shine brightly. However, what I sense most clearly is this. The moment you asked your question, whatever time frame first came to your mind, that is the most accurate timing for you. If a specific date such as the 7th, 8th, 25th, or the end of the month immediately popped into your head, trust that instinct. And of course, the entire course of this unfolding is expected to take place within 3 months. Now, there's something else that caught my attention. In an earlier part of the reading, the Angel Answer card 1 year from now appeared. That's something quite noteworthy. So I'd like to take things a step deeper to see what your life and your relationship with the person or situation in question might look like 1 year from now. And while I may have just casually said your story with this person, please understand that whether you're asking about love, work, family, or life goals, this reading applies fully to your broader journey and connections. That phrasing simply came up naturally as I was immersed in the thread of the reading, which has carried a strong relational tone, but don't get caught up in that wording. No matter the context, romantic, professional, or personal, this message is for you. And as I was speaking, a card suddenly flew out. The message is crystal clear. You will manifest something you once thought was impossible. Whether it's a dream you had considered too far-fetched or a goal you once believed was beyond your reach, it is now on the path to becoming real. What's particularly striking in this reading is the appearance of 3 cards bearing the number 8, the 8 of Cups, 8 of Wands, and 8 of Swords. This triple appearance indicates a powerful alignment. Everything is tightly interconnected and moving rapidly forward. The Eight of Cups often represents the act of walking away or releasing something that no longer serves you. But in this case, paired with the swift transformation of the Eight of Wands and the breakthrough energy of the Eight of Swords, the message is much more powerful. You won't have to walk away anymore. Instead, you'll reclaim what once seemed lost and transform that dream into reality. In other words, something you once believed you had to give up, something you thought you'd lost your chance with, is now returning with renewed potential, offering you not only a second chance, but a chance for it to flourish even more strongly than before. As for the 1 year from now message, it doesn't mean that you'll have to wait a whole year for results. Rather, it means that 1 year from now, you'll look back and feel deeply grateful to yourself for not giving up. In the year ahead, the things you're hoping for will gradually come into being, and a year from now, you'll smile and think, "I'm so glad I didn't walk away." Looking back, it will be clear that you've accomplished something truly meaningful. Moreover, even if you didn't specifically ask about finances, your financial flow is set to improve significantly. Honestly, the energy surrounding your financial situation here is exceptionally positive. Even though your focus may not have been on money, I see very clearly that your income could increase substantially. As I gaze at the image of fish swimming in abundance, I get the distinct impression that your income has the potential to grow by 3 to 6 times what it is now. That may sound hard to believe, but let me give an example. If you're currently earning around 20 million per month, then 3 times would be 60 million, and 6 times would be 120 million. These are truly impressive numbers, but I'm not saying this to flatter or exaggerate. I'm simply conveying what the cards are clearly expressing. And the energy here strongly suggests that a powerful stream of financial abundance is approaching you. For some reason, I feel very strongly that you're going to be financially successful. With the message that your income could triple or even increase 6-fold, within a year, my curiosity was piqued, so I drew more cards to clarify. What appeared was this: you will become a central figure. You will take the lead, and this success will come from your unique strengths, your distinct identity. I see a clear image of you building a personal brand, a product, or a service that bears a signature only you can create. For instance, if you work with your hands, your craft and soul will make your creations one of a kind. If you're a writer, creator, or entrepreneur, you'll produce something that no one else can replicate. If you work in a corporate environment, you'll be entrusted with a highly significant role, and your voice and influence within the organization will rise substantially. The energy here is not about being ordered around or depending on others. It's about you steering the course, taking the reins, and setting the direction. Both of the cards drawn point to initiative, strength, and clear leadership. So, the surge of wealth coming your way isn't a stroke of luck. It's the result of the real, unique value you're bringing into the world. I feel very strongly that your personal career or independent project will expand in a way you hadn't anticipated. It's truly extraordinary. For example, although responsibility may be placed on your shoulders, it won't come in the form of pressure or burden. Rather, it will be because only you are uniquely capable of handling that role. You will possess a special strength, an area of expertise that will elevate your position or significantly increase your income. There's also a strong possibility that your personal brand will become incredibly powerful. If you work in a creative field, this will be even more apparent. You may also discover a method or niche that only you can master, and from there, begin to generate income, whether it's through platforms like Shopee or any other form of business. The most important thing is this: whether you're in a creative industry or doing more conventional work, major growth is on the horizon. You will discover a skill, a method, or a path that is uniquely yours, and through that, create a steady and powerful stream of income. In particular, for those in creative fields, the arts, or public-facing professions, your value and recognition will grow steadily. As a result, your earnings will also rise continuously. What stands out most is that within the next year, you will witness your income increasing 3 to 6 times over. This message has been strongly emphasized throughout. A truly remarkable future is waiting for you. So, of course, even those who are currently full-time homemakers, or anyone who isn't employed at the moment, can easily return to the workforce or begin earning through small ventures. In this age, the potential to expand is unlimited. And when looking at this reading, it's clear that your financial opportunities are wide open. To be completely honest, the energy here indicates that your income will increase in a very powerful way. Additionally, for those who are focused on their household's total income, it may be that your husband or a family member will see a significant financial breakthrough, which will raise the overall earnings of the family. However, the strongest sense I receive here is that you yourself will be the one making that major breakthrough. It's truly extraordinary. And to support this even further, I'll draw a few cards to offer some practical suggestions, things you can take advantage of, so that when the financial opportunities arrive, you'll be ready to seize them with ease. Of course, whether you choose to follow these suggestions is entirely up to you. I apologize if I veered a bit off topic, but the energy around this message was so vibrant that I felt it was important to share. So now, let's receive a few more suggestions. I'll take 3 pieces of guidance. All of these are completely open. You may choose to follow them or simply let them pass, depending on what resonates with you. The first suggestion: pay attention to people you feel a natural sense of warmth or admiration toward, people who are doing something you've always found interesting, or perhaps something you've once thought, that looks fun. I'd like to try that too. It could be a friend, someone you know casually, or even an influencer online who feels approachable and genuine to you. The most important point here isn't fame or major success, but a feeling of familiarity and connection. If someone like that comes to mind, let yourself be inspired by them. You might discover ideas by observing how they work or by learning more about their field. If in the past you've ever thought, that seems really cool, I wish I could try, then that is already a powerful clue. The second suggestion: things you loved in childhood may hold the key. Try to remember the things that truly captivated you as a child, the characters, games, or animated shows that you adored. These pure and joyful memories may carry a thread leading to your next direction in life. This is the second suggestion. The third suggestion: crystals. This refers to realms like spirituality, astrology, tarot, energy healing, or anything connected to inner power and sacred energy. It also includes the use of feng shui objects, crystal bracelets, or simply visiting sacred places believed to hold powerful energy. These are all noted as meaningful options for you if you truly resonate with them. There's no need to force yourself towards something that doesn't feel aligned. These suggestions are meant to be gentle encouragements. You're free to choose whichever one brings you the most joy and feels most natural to you. Such ideas, including exploring foreign products, cultures, or niches, are also very much in harmony with this energy. These 3 suggestions, if you skillfully weave them into your creative work, personal interests, or even your side projects, may help you discover your path more quickly. If you feel eager to seize your opportunity as soon as possible, or if you're looking for clearer signs, putting these ideas into motion might just help you find your direction sooner than expected. Even if you're not in a rush or don't apply the suggestions right away, you're still naturally moving closer to that path. It feels as though spring has begun to bloom in your personal journey, and perhaps from around May onward, you will begin to enter a new phase, starting a new hobby, discovering a side project, or unlocking an entirely different direction in life. Whether or not you take action based on the suggestions, positive change is already flowing toward you. Your energy is becoming strikingly clear and powerful. Looking at everything that's unfolding, I sense that you're stepping into a very special period. Not only in terms of finances, as previously mentioned, but also regarding the things you've been worrying about, the uncertainties currently lingering in your heart. All of that will begin to shift, bringing you genuine abundance and joy in every sense of the word. You are and have been on the right path. And the most beautiful part is this: what lies ahead will be more vibrant and fulfilling than you ever imagined. This current period, where you may feel anxious, uncertain, or overwhelmed, is already beginning to pass. And that's exactly what's been happening beneath the surface: subtle, quiet movements preparing to be revealed. I believe the moment these shifts become visible is precisely what the previous cards were pointing to. So even though I've already received many strong signals through the tarot regarding this transformation, I wanted to go even deeper. Why now? Why is this shift happening at this exact moment? Holding that question in my heart, I drew another card, and immediately, a card representing you appeared. The message was unmistakably clear. This is the moment you begin to shine. Yes, you've arrived at the turning point where your inner light, the energy that is uniquely yours, begins to radiate strongly. This is no longer a stage of quiet preparation, of hesitant exploration. This is the moment where you naturally step into your strength, as if it were always meant to be part of your path. You don't need to force yourself to do anything extraordinary. Your true self, the things you love, the passions you hold dear, the values you believe in, will naturally be welcomed and embraced by the world more than ever before. You are on the right track, And this transformation is a gift the universe has reserved just for you, arriving precisely when you are ready to receive it. Everything you've been building, all the quiet efforts you've made over a long period, none of it has been lost. It's all ripening now, preparing to open the door to a new chapter in your life. Naturally, in its own time, without force. You've been walking the right path. And when I reflect on that, I truly feel that the reason you're going through such significant shifts at this particular moment is because you've already endured so much. You've spent a long time preparing, learning, and growing. And now, the timing is just right for you to move into the next phase. Not because you weren't ready before or not good enough, but because you fulfilled your role beautifully in the first chapter, the opening act of your life's journey. It's as if you've completed chapter 1, and now chapter 2 is gently unfolding in front of you. You don't need to force yourself to step into it. The current of life has already carried you here. And the message for you is this: if you're willing, then simply allow yourself to receive it. There are moments in life when new opportunities and doorways will naturally present themselves to you, almost like someone softly suggesting, "Hey, why not try taking just one more step?" And you won't have to struggle or force your way toward them. They will come. That's how I sense your current moment to be. A new door is opening, warmly, naturally, and all you need to do is take a gentle step forward when you feel ready. Even if you're still unsure, still wondering whether it's okay to move ahead or if you should wait, know this: the current, the opportunity, will come to you on its own. All you need to do is listen to yourself. When the time feels right in your heart, simply step toward it. And if you're not ready yet, that's completely okay too. This opportunity won't disappear. It will wait for you. You don't need to worry that hesitation will cause you to lose it. What I truly feel is this: the current has arrived. And what you need now is simply to listen inward. When the flow comes, just ask yourself, do I want to receive this? And whether your answer is yes or not yet, both are completely fine. This current doesn't demand that you chase after it at all costs. Also, I sense that perhaps the thing weighing on you the most, if I may gently say, and please forgive me if this doesn't apply, is the fear that if you accept this new path, if you step into this new direction, you might hurt someone or you might make the wrong move. You have such a gentle heart, one that considers others' feelings carefully, and that's where these thoughts arise. But please rest assured, this flow hasn't come to destroy or harm. It's here to help you shine. And those who truly love you, who truly matter, will smile and celebrate with you as you take that step forward. If anything I've sensed here feels misaligned with your actual experience, please feel completely free to say so. I completely understand that. However, because I felt there might be some worry weighing on you, I drew one more card to confirm, and the card that appeared was Temperance. This is truly wonderful. Temperance is a major arcana card, and one that represents the highest form of harmony and equilibrium. Among all symbols of balance, healing, and inner alignment, Temperance holds a place of quiet supremacy. This card reveals that everything, both now and in the time to come, is flowing in a beautifully natural, measured rhythm. You don't need to worry about things spiraling out of control or any negative consequences. Everything is adjusting itself gracefully, like water flowing over smooth stones, like your own breath finding its natural pace. I know that as tarot readers we avoid using absolutes, but with this reading, I can say with confidence, you genuinely have nothing to fear. This isn't the kind of message that says probably everything will be okay. No, this is a grounded certainty rising from the present moment. The feeling is clear. Now is the time. That's exactly the sense Temperance brings in this spread. And again, I want to emphasize, you truly are going to be okay. More than that, you're going to move forward on your path in a way that is graceful, grounded, and deeply aligned with who you are. So this time, you can absolutely go ahead and do what you feel called to do. If you've been wanting to move forward, to make a decision, to pursue something, or to follow a certain direction, trust yourself and take action. The reading has made it abundantly clear. There is no looming danger, no hidden trap. You don't need to be afraid. Nothing bad is going to happen. The presence of Temperance affirms this fully. For example, if you're entering a new relationship, starting a new job, or meeting new people, and along the way, something small or clumsy happens like, oh no, I wore mismatched socks today. Or, oops, I dropped my chopsticks. It's really not a big deal. These small things won't affect the greater journey that's unfolding for you. You have enough inner balance and flexibility to adapt to any minor bump along the way. Like if your socks don't match. Oh well, I'll just stop by a store and buy a new pair. Or, if you drop your chopsticks, no problem, I'll ask for another set. You are radiating a beautifully centered and balanced energy. You'll know how to handle whatever comes your way with calm and ease, and everything will continue moving in a good direction. There is nothing to worry about. All you need to do is pick things up and move on just like that. So really, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if something unexpected happens, you'll handle it smoothly, as if it's just another step on the road ahead. That is precisely the essence of temperance. And beyond that, as a major arcana card, its message carries deep, enduring weight. And the reason, the true foundation, why you're going to be okay has nothing to do with luck, and it's not because someone will suddenly show up to rescue you. It's because of everything you've already gathered and built within yourself up to this point. The times you had to think long and hard, carrying the energy of the Nine of Wands. The moments when you collapsed, exhausted, only to rise again, as in the Ten of Swords. Or when you confined yourself in fear, like the Eight of Swords. All of these experiences, every lesson, every moment, bit by bit, they've created your strength. Because you've already wrestled with doubt, endured pain, weighed decisions carefully, and questioned yourself many times over, you now stand on solid ground. And thanks to that, no matter what happens next, you're fully equipped to respond with clarity and confidence. So this time, I'm not saying, don't worry, everything will work out because the universe is kind. No. I'm saying, things will be okay because you have earned this strength. You've cultivated resilience, wisdom, and power, and that is what makes you truly safe and secure. That's what matters most. Not luck. Not someone else. You. That's the real reason why this time, you're going to be absolutely fine. Now, you are fully capable of handling whatever may arise. And just to be clear, handling doesn't mean something terrible is coming your way. It could be as simple as, oh no, I forgot my umbrella, then you just drop by a shop and buy a new one. Or, I spilled my food, and you quietly clean it up and move on. That's the point. Because you've already learned every essential response, every skill, every tool, you no longer need to worry. This is clearly reflected in the cards, the Nine of Wands, the Ten of Swords, and the Eight of Swords. It seems that over this past period, you've been especially careful, always questioning, is this really okay, and mentally preparing for every possible outcome. Those who chose this pile appear to have spent a lot of time observing, analyzing, and preparing for anything. That's why now, after everything, you've gathered enough wisdom, and it's finally time for you to begin using it with grace and ease, to play with life a little. And by play, I don't mean chasing after risks or getting lost in vague fantasies. I mean stepping into a period where you are free to experience life with fluidity and joy, because you now have the strength and steadiness to do so. You've reached that phase. Truly. I imagine that some of you may still be feeling. I know that, but I've just gone through something really painful. There may have been words that cut deep, perhaps something like, stop living in a fantasy. And for those of you who've carried that kind of hurt, know that it's okay. Because those painful moments were actually the final test before your transition into the next chapter of your life. It was like a trial of spirit, a last gate before stepping into a new beginning. And you have passed it. Even if you felt like you collapsed, the truth is you got back up. You walked through it. And now, from this point forward, you are truly free to enter a time of enjoyment. The testing phase is over. You've made it through. You are ready. And if right now you still feel wounded, it doesn't mean you haven't made it. In truth, even if some pain lingers, you have already crossed the threshold. You've prepared everything you needed to, and there's nothing left to fear. What you just went through can be seen as a final exam, a small test of courage before beginning this new phase. And based on all the experiences you've had, all the reflections, preparations, and emotional groundwork you've done, you are now ready to step forward with the mindset, I can do this. More than that, you are on the edge of stepping into the most joyful, vibrant chapter of your life. From here onward, you'll begin to play with life, in the most beautiful sense of the word. Not pretending to be happy, not forcing joy, but genuinely feeling it rise naturally, like a river flowing into its season, because you've already walked through everything you needed to. This entire journey you've walked, every effort you've made, every wound you've healed, has been the preparation for this beautiful new chapter. Isn't that incredible? So from now on, whether it's in your work, in love, in your path of self-development, or in whatever you choose to pursue, use everything you've painstakingly gathered along the way. Create. Enjoy. Improvise freely. Play with life in the way you want to. And if something unexpected comes your way, All you have to do is reach into that inner toolkit you've built and respond with ease. Oh, this? Let me see which part of myself I'll use for this one. You'll know what to do. You're ready. Congratulations. You've been through so many experiences. You've played out countless possibilities in your mind, prepared for every scenario you could imagine. So now you're completely okay. Really, you are. And everything I've been sharing up to this point has been to deliver this one truth to you. You've done an amazing job. Truly, it's something to be proud of. So now, some of you may be wondering, but what exactly should I do with my life now? Do I still need to try hard for anything? I drew a card to answer that question. And the message that came through was aquamarine freedom. The message is crystal clear. Live in freedom. There's no need to force yourself. No need to push yourself into anything you don't truly enjoy. If today you don't feel like doing anything, rest. That's okay. If today your heart wants to pursue something you love, then give yourself permission to follow that. You are completely free to choose your path, day by day, in the way that your heart feels. You have the freedom to shape your life however you want. There are no rules you must follow. There's no more should do this or must do that. You've now entered a phase of true freedom. Enjoy it. In today's world, freedom can feel like such an abstract, elusive idea. But that's exactly why you're allowed, even encouraged, to make your decisions based simply on one question. Do I want to? And that alone is enough. For example, if today you feel like you should go to the gym but you're simply too tired, then it's absolutely fine to postpone it until tomorrow. 1 day, 2 days, even 3, it's not a problem. Of course, if you're the kind of person who says, no, I'm determined, I'll do it today, then that's wonderful too. The important thing is this. You don't need to force yourself. You're completely free to choose based on how you feel. Ask yourself, what would make me feel happier today? What would bring more ease? And go with that. If working out feels like a chore, find a way to make it more enjoyable. Choose exercises you actually like, find a gym with an atmosphere you love, or listen to your favorite music while training. Likewise, if you're preparing for an exam or working toward a certification, you can make studying more pleasant. Play music while you review. Pick your favorite corner at a cozy cafe, or treat yourself to a dessert after each study session. Any method that makes you feel more at ease, more uplifted, is perfectly valid. What matters most is that when you're deciding something, whether to go, to do, to act, you base it on your own feeling. Will this make me feel more at peace? Will doing this make me feel happier? You don't need to worry about. Will this inconvenience anyone? Will someone be upset if I don't do this? You no longer need to live to please others. Now is the time to simply listen to your heart and give yourself permission to live freely, in alignment with what you truly want. You've already thought long and hard about all of this. And because of that, you're fully prepared to step into this next phase. From now on, just ask yourself, how can I enjoy what's happening a little more? How can I make this feel lighter for myself? Each time you're faced with a choice, let it rest on one single question. Do I want to do this? If yes, then do it. If not, then don't. And that's enough. Of course, it's easy to say and not always easy to do. I understand that. I really do. I used to be someone who had a hard time accepting and internalizing this way of living too. So if that's how you feel now, know that it's completely okay. I'm not here to impose. This is simply a gentle suggestion. Just keep this idea quietly in your heart. You don't need to force yourself to apply it perfectly right away. For instance, if you find yourself hesitating, thinking, I can't decide, maybe I'll just let someone else choose. That's okay too. But even then, if you're aware enough to pause and ask yourself, do I actually want to let them decide? That's already progress. In the past, perhaps you would have simply let others decide without a second thought.
But now, something within you has changed.
Now, you have an additional layer of awareness. I'm consciously allowing someone else to decide because that's what I'm choosing right now. That alone is a huge step forward. There's no need to rush. No pressure. Just listen to your heart a little more each day. You're already doing so well. And as I said earlier, even if you think, this reading says I should follow my own will, but I'm still going to leave it to someone else, the truth is, your mind has already expanded. You've begun thinking from a new angle. Simply knowing that you have the right to choose is already a significant shift. That, in itself, sets you apart from who you were before. Even if you haven't acted on it yet, even if all you've done is listen to this reading and let it settle in your mind, that's enough. There's no need to worry anymore. The moment you received this message, you stepped onto a more grounded and conscious path. The very fact that you've gained a new perspective, one new way of thinking, means you're already moving forward. And this isn't some dreamy, rose-tinted theory. It's a real and meaningful shift in awareness. Once your mind registers, there's also this way of looking at things. Then, naturally, in your everyday life, you'll start to notice changes, even in the smallest of decisions. What to eat, where to go, what to say yes or no to. At first, it might just be something like, today I feel like eating bread instead of a box lunch, so I'll go with bread. And gradually over time you'll realize, oh, those things I used to agonize over, I now decide on so easily. Everything will unfold that naturally. That's the true meaning of freedom this reading wanted to offer you. And from this point on, your life will begin to feel lighter, more joyful. Not because you're forcing yourself to be happy, not because you're trying to change your mindset, but simply because it will become that way naturally. In truth, the very moment you chose this third pile and opened your heart to its message, you already stepped onto that path, so there's no need to worry anymore. What I really want to emphasize is this. You were already on the right path the moment you decided to listen to this reading. Everything is unfolding exactly as it should, so please rest easy. And if deep down you're thinking, wow, this tarot reader talks a lot, that's okay too. You can simply let these words rest in a quiet corner of your mind. There's no need to memorize them or force yourself to change. Just let them be. And when the time is right, they'll activate on their own and guide you. Now, I'd like to draw one final sign for you, a symbol that will indicate when things are truly beginning to shift for the better, when your life starts moving in a brighter direction. What I sense very strongly is this. The symbol is a chestnut. In the days ahead, if you happen to see a chestnut, whether as an image in food or as a symbol of seeds, nuts, or sprouts, take it as a sign. You are entering a brighter chapter. It means that beautiful changes are truly on their way to you. And I feel that very strongly. With that, I'll bring this reading for those who chose pile 3 to a close. If anything I've shared here has offered you insight, or simply made you feel a spark of curiosity or joy, don't forget to subscribe and click like to support the channel. Thank you so much for spending your time with me all the way to the end of the video. Wishing you a peaceful and lucky day ahead. And I look forward to seeing you again in the next reading.